Chapter 2341. More than 10 fiery red crows were surrounded by terrifying flames. The temperature was shockingly high. They were like more than 10 small suns, constantly charging toward Lu Ming and the group of 6. Their speed was shocking, and their power was terrifying as well. Lu Ming's group tried their best to defend themselves, but they were still in danger. Caw! Caw! At this moment, there were 2 fiery red crows attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and did not hold back at all. The long spear in his hand pierced out continuously. Boom! Boom! The claws of the 2 fiery red crows collided with Lu Ming's long spear. The long spear vibrated continuously while Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he retreated continuously. The 2 fiery red crows had the combat strength of a 1-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming could still deal with one, but there were 2 of them. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, and his arms were numb from the impact. Fight! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with dazzling battle intent as he circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to fight against the 2 fiery red crows. With the indestructible ancient scripture's terrifying defensive power and recovery ability, Lu Ming could still defend himself. However, the others were in danger. Another 1-star Great Emperor Realm old man was careless and was scratched by one of the crows. A piece of flesh was torn off and a deep wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed out and his face turned pale. His aura was weak. The others were also in danger, and they could not even take care of themselves. Charge out! Someone shouted. They tried their best to charge down to the ground and use the complicated terrain to get rid of the crows. However, there were too many crows. There were dozens of fiery red crows, all of which were Great Emperor Realm crows. The crows below the Great Emperor Realm formed a flock and attacked continuously. This was a huge problem for Lu Ming's group. Therefore, they could not charge out at all. Bang! Another person was hit by a fiery red crow's wing and was almost cut in half at the waist. It was extremely dangerous. Everyone, under such circumstances, let's just mind our own business. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Everyone's expression changed. What do you want? An old man roared with an ugly expression. Boom! At that moment, the middle-aged man unleashed an all-out attack. The middle-aged man was a 3-star martial monarch. He was the strongest among them. At this moment, he had repelled a fiery red crow, which was equivalent to a 3-star Great Emperor, with a single move. Then, he seized the opportunity and rushed to the side. He wanted to escape alone. If he stayed behind with Lu Ming and the others, he would only be exhausted to death by so many crows. However, with his strength, if he escaped alone, a single 3-star Great Emperor Realm crow would not be able to stop him. Damn it! The others roared in anger. If the middle-aged man escaped, the 3-star Great Monarch Crow would attack them. They would be in great danger. They might all die here. Caw! Ga! The crows screeched as several fiery red crows surrounded and attacked the middle-aged man. However, the only one that could truly pose a threat to him was the 3-star Great Emperor Crow. Hence, the middle-aged man fought with his life on the line and sent a few crows flying. After paying the price of some injuries, he forced his way out. The middle-aged man turned into a ray of light and flew away quickly. The others' hearts started to turn cold. Without the middle-aged man, they would be finished. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Was he going to use the Heavenly Emperor's physical body now? Over the years, Lu Ming had given the Heavenly Emperor's physical body most of the black crystals that he had obtained from the foreign tribes. Now, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was filled with energy. If he used the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, he would have no problem killing those crows. However, Lu Ming had intended to keep the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and use it when he entered the Void Sacred Island. A large number of great emperors and foreign tribes had gathered on the Void Sacred Island. There were even many peak great emperors from the Heaven Boundary. In addition to the dangers of the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming had intended to keep the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and use it when he was in danger. It would be a pity to use it before entering the Void Sacred Island. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to use it now. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about it, A sharp cry rang out in the distance. Ga. It was the same cry of the crows, but this cry had the power to pierce through gold and crack stone. It was as if it could tear the space apart. A flock of fiery red crows appeared in the distance. Yes, it was a flock. There were more than 20 of them, and all of them were fiery red crows. All of them were at the Great Emperor realm. Some of them had terrifying auras that covered the sky and earth. Their auras were even stronger than the 3-star Great Emperor Crow. Above the 3-star Great Emperor was the high-level Great Emperor. Other than Lu Ming, everyone's face turned pale. They were already in a desperate situation. Now that a flock of even more terrifying crows had appeared, there was no chance of survival. The dozen or so crows that came from behind all rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was pale, without a trace of blood. He screamed, and his body emitted a bright light. His speed increased as he tried to escape. He was burning his life potential, causing his strength to increase by a large margin. However, the crows were too terrifying. A few of them were extremely powerful. With a flap of their wings, they chased after the middle-aged man like red lightning. Soon, the crows caught up with the middle-aged man. Chi-Chi, a crow that was as big as a mountain, swiped at the middle-aged man with its sharp claws. The middle-aged man roared and unleashed all his strength. He attacked with his strongest move to block the attack. However, his attack was torn apart by the crow's sharp claws. Half of his body was torn apart. The middle-aged man screamed and retreated. He let out a desperate roar. Following this, the other terrifying crows attacked, and the middle-aged man was powerless. Under the attacks of the crows, his body was torn apart and devoured by the crows. The middle-aged man wanted to escape alone, but he was the first to die. The others did not feel happy about the middle-aged man's death. At this moment, they only felt despair. It's over, someone growled. Once the middle-aged man died, it would be their turn. Lu Ming, what a pity! An old man looked at Lu Ming with pity. Lu Ming was so young and talented. His future was limitless. It was very likely that he would become an invincible expert in the heaven domain. However, he was going to die here. It was a pity. Even if I die, I will kill a few of them. Another person roared, planning to fight with his life. Caw! Caw! At this moment, the fiery red crow that had killed the middle-aged, burly man fixed its eyes on Lu Ming and the rest. It flapped its wings and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. Its blood-red eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. It seems that I can only use the Heavenly Emperor's body. Lu Ming whispered. Then a small stone statue appeared in his hand. Chapter 2342. The stone statue quickly grew to the size of a mountain. Lu Ming took a step forward and merged with the stone statue. Clang! The sound of sword whistling resounded through the sky. The stone sword emitted a dazzling sword chi as it slashed out. Puff! Puff! The two fiery red crows that were attacking Lu Ming were split into two by the stone sword. The two 1-star Great Emperor crows were killed instantly. In the past 5 years, the Heavenly Emperor's body had absorbed a large amount of energy, but Lu Ming had not used it. Now, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had reached 80%. The explosive power of 80% of the energy was already extremely terrifying. Lu Ming speculated that if the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body reached 100%, it would be enough to fight against a peak Great Emperor. Therefore, 80% energy was enough to kill an ordinary 5-star Great Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body. Powerful energy burst out, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword seemed invincible. The sound of sword whistling was endless, and the piercing sword chi slashed through the void. A few more crows were killed. Even the 2-star Great Emperor crows were killed instantly. There was no suspense. This relieved the pressure on the others, and they were overjoyed. They did not expect Lu Ming to have such a treasure. Instantly, they revealed a hopeful look. Caw! Caw! When the other crows saw Lu Ming killing a few fiery red crows, they immediately let out sharp cries and attacked Lu Ming and the others with all kinds of attacks. As for the 10 to 20 terrifying crows that came from behind, they were closing in on Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. They were a distance away from them. They flapped their wings, and each feather was like a sharp sword, shooting toward them explosively. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, and the sword light cut through the void, blocking all the feathers. "Charge out!" Lu Ming shouted as he took the lead and charged downwards. The others followed closely behind. The fiery red crows did not give up and chased after them. There were more than 30 fiery red crows coming from behind, including the ones in front. They attacked Lu Ming and the others with all kinds of attacks. Lu Ming could only turn around and block one attack after another. Kill! Then, Lu Ming charged into the flock of crows alone. Rather than wasting energy to block the attacks of the crows, it was better to kill all of them. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming brandished his battle sword. His sword chi was unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the 5 fiery red crows were killed. Caw! The remaining crows screeched, as if they were furious. A few of the strongest crows rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, causing an intense explosion as he exchanged blows with a few of the strongest crows. Several crows were sent flying by Lu Ming. 3 4-star Great Emperors and 1 5-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart stirred. After exchanging blows, Lu Ming roughly judged the combat strength of the crows. 3 4-star Great Emperors and 1 5-star Great Emperor. This was definitely a terrifying force. Caw! 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 The crows retreated and charged towards Lu Ming again. Then I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The rich energy in the Heavenly Emperor's body exploded as he charged towards the crows. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense and attacked with all his might. Boom! 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 One attack after another landed on the Sky Emperor's body, but they only left shallow marks on his body. The Heavenly Emperor's body was left behind by a Heavenly Emperor, after all. It was extremely sturdy. Even a peak Great Emperor would find it difficult to break it. 4-star Great Emperors and 5-star Great Emperors naturally could not break it. As for the other crows, they could not even leave a mark. Lu Ming ignored his defense and focused on killing. He swung his combat sword with all his might and chopped off one of the wings of a 4-star Great Emperor Realm Crow. On the other hand, a 2-star Great Emperor Realm Crow was sliced into 2 by the sword gleam, and its feathers flew everywhere. The 4-star Great Emperor Crow let out a mournful cry. Blood splattered all over the void as it retreated frantically. How could Lu Ming let it go? He chased after it with all his might. The other crow's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body continuously. Boom! 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 However, they could only slow down Lu Ming's speed slightly. Lu Ming forced his way through and slashed out with his sword, chopping off the crow's head. The soul in the head was also destroyed by Lu Ming. With a flash of light, Lu Ming kept the corpse of the crow into his small world. The entire body of a Great Emperor Crow was a treasure. It was extremely valuable and could not be wasted. After killing a 4-star Great Emperor, Lu Ming turned around and targeted the other crows. He started killing them rapidly. Those that were below 4-star Great Emperor could not even withstand a single strike from Lu Ming. They were killed by Lu Ming, and their corpses were kept in Lu Ming's small world. Caw! Not long after, another mournful cry was heard. Another 4-star Great Emperor Crow was killed by Lu Ming. At this point, Lu Ming had already killed more than a dozen fiery red crows. However, there were still 20 of them left. After Lu Ming killed so many of their comrades, the crows became even crazier. Those that were below Great Emperor level threw themselves at Lu Ming without any regard for their lives. Although these crows could not break through the defense of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, they could deplete the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. This can't go on. I have to kill the strongest crows first. Lu Ming thought in his heart. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body had stored 80% of its energy. Although it was extremely robust, it was being depleted at an alarming rate as he continued to fight with the Great Emperors and the other crows. If this continued, the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body would be depleted in no time. If the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was depleted and the 3-star Great Emperors, 4-star Great Emperors, and 5-star Great Emperors were still alive, they would be in danger. Therefore, before the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was depleted, they had to kill the strongest ones. At this moment, Lu Ming ignored the other crows and targeted the 3-star Great Emperors and above. Poof! Poof! Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. 2 3-star Great Emperor fiery red crows were killed by Lu Ming. In this way, there were only 2 3-star Great Emperor fiery red crows left. A 4-star Great Emperor and a 5-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming went all out to deal with these 2 crows. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ming waved his battle sword crazily and attacked the 2 crows. Terrifying rumbles continued to erupt, and the sky was smashed into pieces. The scorching temperature was about to burn everything, including the space. After a dozen moves, the 4-star Great Emperor Crow was finally killed by Lu Ming. In an instant, there was only 1 5-star Great Emperor Crow left. Kill! Lu Ming ignored the other attacks and attacked the crow crazily. This crow was as big as a mountain and was extremely powerful. Its sharp claws and wings were indestructible and extremely terrifying. However, Lu Ming was able to restrain it and did not need to be afraid of its attacks. His battle sword constantly slashed at its vital points. Chapter 2343. At this moment, the twin brothers and the other 2, a total of 4 people, had already rushed to the ground and fled frantically. It's not good for us to leave Lu Ming alone, an old man said with a worried look. What's not good about it? Lu Ming's puppet is shockingly powerful. In my opinion, it's even stronger than a 5-star Great Emperor. He can protect himself. If we stay, we will only be a hindrance to him. One of the twin brothers said. That's right. Let's leave first so that Lu Ming can fight freely. If we stay, we won't be of much help. The other twin brother said. The old man sighed, knowing that the twin brothers' words were reasonable. Then, the few of them used the terrain below to quickly leave this place. In the sky, the battle between Lu Ming and the 5-star Great Emperor Realm Fiery Red Crow had reached its climax. Lu Ming ignored his defense and completely suppressed the crow. Both sides exchanged dozens of blows, and the crow was already drenched in blood. One of its wings was almost cut off by Lu Ming, leaving only a thread hanging on it. At the same time, its chest was stabbed by Lu Ming and blood flowed out. With only 1 wing left, the crow's speed was greatly reduced. It was no match for Lu Ming and could not even retreat. Bang! Lu Ming took the attack head-on. His body swayed slightly, and then he stabbed back with his sword. Puff! The sword pierced through the crow's chest. Caw! The crow wailed and struggled violently. Its whole body was covered in fiery red flames and surged towards Lu Ming. However, it was useless against the Heavenly Emperor's body. Die! Lu Ming shouted, and energy burst out crazily. The Heavenly Emperor's sword vibrated continuously, and sword chi whizzed out. Bang! Lu Ming slashed horizontally, and eventually, the crow's body was split into 2 halves. Its soul was also annihilated by this blow. The 5-star Great Emperor Crow had fallen. Not good. The energy consumption is too great. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. Killing so many fiery red crows had already consumed a frightening amount of energy. Fighting against this 5-star Great Monarch Realm Crow had consumed an even more frightening amount of energy. Now, Lu Ming felt that the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body was about to be exhausted. He no longer had the strength to continue killing the remaining crows. Lu Ming's body emitted a ray of light that enveloped the crow's corpse and stored it in his miniature world. Afterward, Lu Ming dashed toward the ground at lightning speed. The crows in front of him were killed one by one. Lu Ming successfully broke out of the encirclement. But at this time, the Celestial Emperor's body trembled and rapidly shrank. Lu Ming's body also flew out of the Celestial Emperor's body. The energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was officially exhausted. Lu Ming put away the celestial emperor's body and fled frantically. When the crows saw Lu Ming keep the celestial emperor's body, they let out ear-piercing cries and chased after Lu Ming. Among them, there were more than a dozen great emperor fiery red crows. Many of them were 2-star great emperor crows. If Lu Ming was surrounded, it would be very dangerous. Lu Ming used the 6 feathered divine wings and flew towards the distance at extreme speed. The crows behind him chased after him at extreme speed. Both sides, one chasing and one fleeing, crossed a long distance. Those crows chased after Lu Ming tightly and did not let go. However, Lu Ming used the 6 feathered divine wings, and his speed was very fast. Only those great emperor crows could barely keep up with Lu Ming's speed. Not long after, an endless desert appeared in front of him. The ground was all golden fine sand. Moreover, there were waves of heat coming from far away. Lu Ming rushed into the desert area. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming dashed into the desert, the crows actually stopped. They hovered around for a while before leaving one after another. This made Lu Ming curious. These crows are not entering the desert. Is it because of the area they're in, or is there a terrifying existence in the desert that scares them? Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless and used the divine breath art to completely conceal his aura. Then, Lu Ming went deeper into the desert. This desert was filled with golden fine sand that stretched as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the temperature was shockingly high. The temperature here didn't come from the sun in the sky, but from the ground. Scorching heat constantly emanated from the ground. It was unbearable. In addition to the pressure of the heaven and earth, a true emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, it was fine for Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked for a while and found that this desert was dead silent. There was no vegetation or life. Other than fine sand, there was only fine sand. Fortunately, there was always a sun hanging in the sky above the center of the void divine island. This sun would never change its position, so it could be used as a basis to determine direction. As long as one walked toward the sun, they would be walking towards the center of the island. Lu Ming had been walking in this desert for 3 days. There was no abnormality at all, and there was no danger either. A plant. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a plant in front of him. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a plant after walking in this desert for 3 days. Under such high temperatures, there were still plants. Lu Ming's interest was piqued, and he flew over. It was a purple plant, sparkling and translucent, with a medicinal fragrance that assailed his nostrils. It was without a doubt an imperial herb. However, Lu Ming was more interested in the root of the herb. There was a small pond there with some liquid that emitted a shocking amount of energy essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that this small pool of liquid had given birth to this stalk of emperor medicine. This liquid was very valuable. This liquid contains powerful life essence. Even in such a dangerous place, it can still nurture a sovereign medicine. It's extraordinary. I'm cultivating the art of the 7 gods, so I need this kind of spirit liquid. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to break through. Lu Ming thought. Now, there was not much energy left in the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in his physical body and cultivate the 7 gods' mysterious art to the 5th level, the remaining ancestral dragon blood was not enough. He needed other energy. Of course, sacred herbs and imperial herbs could also help cultivate the physical body. However, at Lu Ming's current level, he needed an extremely high-grade imperial herb. Immediately, Lu Ming carefully dug out the imperial herb and planted it in his small world. Then, he took out a jade bottle and collected all the liquid in the pond. This liquid is enough for me to cultivate for a while. I'll find a place to refine this liquid and see if I can break through to the 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Now, he didn't plan to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly. He wanted to comprehend all the other strongest laws before breaking through. Chapter 2344. Once the 7 gods' mysterious art broke through to the 5th level, Lu Ming's physical strength alone would be comparable to the Great Emperor realm. Then, his combat strength would definitely skyrocket. Lu Ming moved his body and left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming rushed into the desert and went 100 miles deep into the desert before entering the mountain river diagram. After entering the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming immediately took out the liquid that he had obtained before and began to refine it. The liquid contained a huge amount of life essence. Lu Ming activated the seven gods' mysterious art to absorb the life essence and strengthen his physical body. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated violently. In an instant, they vibrated hundreds of millions of times. The vibrations produced a terrifying energy that absorbed the essence of the spiritual liquid and permeated it into his muscles, bones, organs, blood, and cells. It permeated into every small corner of his body and strengthened Lu Ming's physical strength. Half a month later, Lu Ming had completely refined and absorbed the spiritual liquid. However, the seven gods' mysterious art did not break through. It was still in the late 4th level, but it had reached its limit. Unfortunately, it's still a little short. Lu Ming sighed. It was too difficult to cultivate the seven gods' mysterious art to the 5th level. The Archean cultivation system, whether it was the Archean body cultivation system, the Archean martial arts, the Archean demon path, or the Archean demon path, was more difficult to cultivate than the system of laws. The resources consumed were also more. Otherwise, the Archean cultivation system would not have been defeated by the system of laws in the Archean era. If he wanted to break through to the 5th level of the seven gods' mysterious art, he would need more resources. However, the spirit liquid was not wasted. Although Lu Ming did not break through, the strength of his physical body had increased by a notch. His strength had also increased by a notch. There are many natural treasures on the Void Sacred Island. I'm sure I can find enough resources to break through. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He then exited the mountain river diagram and continued to search the desert. But in the next few days, Lu Ming found nothing, nor did he meet anyone else. On this day, Lu Ming was hurrying along when the desert suddenly exploded. A terrifying axe light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was startled. He quickly retreated while throwing out a punch. Boom! With a loud sound, Lu Ming slid along the desert for a distance before coming to a stop. A burly figure appeared in front of him. Evil God Tribe. This was a member of the Evil God race. His entire body was covered in purple scales, and he had a tall stature. He held a battle axe in his hand and stared coldly at Lu Ming. A true emperor actually dared to come here and stop my attack? Looks like you're a supreme genius from heaven. Haha, looks like I'm quite lucky. The evil god, tribe member grinned, his eyes incomparably cold. 1-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming judged his opponent's realm based on his opponent's aura and the exchange of blows just now. The other party was only a 1-star Great Emperor, but as a noble of a foreign race, his combat strength couldn't be underestimated. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. Just now, he had hurriedly blocked and was repelled by the other party. He was far from using his full strength. 1-star Great Emperor, let's start with you. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you say? Start with me? The evil god, tribe member grinned. A mere true emperor ant from Heaven World actually said that he wanted to start with him. What a joke. Bang! The evil god tribe member took a step forward. Sand and dust filled the sky as he rushed towards Lu Ming. The battle axe in his hand slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body emitted 9 different colors of light. His physical strength and world power were also circulated to the extreme as he rushed towards the other party. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow. The force spread out in all directions like water waves. The sand was swept up and surged in all directions like waves. A deep pit that was thousands of miles long and wide appeared below the two of them. Swoosh! A figure retreated continuously. This time, it wasn't Lu Ming, but the evil god tribe member. The evil god tribe member's 3 eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He seemed to find it hard to believe that he would be repelled by a true emperor. Your strength is only SOSO. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged toward the other party. Bang! 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 The two of them turned into two streams of light and collided continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, the evil God Tribe member was completely at a disadvantage. He couldn't defeat Lu Ming. His body trembled and his arm was in pain. Before entering the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming could already defeat Lan Membrane when he fought with him. At that time, Lu Ming's cultivation was only a 6-star True Emperor. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had entered the 7-star True Emperor realm. Moreover, his physical strength was even stronger. Although this great emperor was stronger than Lan Membrane, he still wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming's hand was like a divine sword as it pierced the great emperor's body. The great emperor's body was covered in purple scales. His defense was astonishing. However, Lu Ming's hand was covered in 9 types of laws. They intertwined to form a divine ability that was even more terrifying. In addition, Lu Ming's physical strength broke through the scales and left a hole in the great emperor's body. Blood flowed freely. Damn it! The great emperor roared and retreated frantically. His eyes were filled with fear as he turned to flee. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. If he forced himself to fight, not only would he not be able to kill Lu Ming, but he would also be killed by Lu Ming. How can such a terrifying genius appear in the celestial world? He's only a true emperor, but his combat strength is stronger than mine. This is too terrifying. No, I must spread this news so that others can kill this brat. Otherwise, if he grows stronger, it'll be a disaster for my race. The alien Grand Emperor thought to himself. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape? He used his 6 feathered wings and chased after him. You may be stronger than me, but it's impossible for you to kill me. The great emperor roared. Lu Ming was stronger than him, but not to a ridiculous extent. As long as he wanted to escape, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to kill him. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled up as a bow appeared in his hand. It was the Fallen Star Bow. Lu Ming pulled the Fallen Star Bow with all his might. The bowstring of the Fallen Star Bow bent. Even now, Lu Ming still couldn't pull the Fallen Star Bow fully. He could only pull it halfway. The 9 types of laws and the power of the world were constantly injected into the Fallen Star Bow. The Fallen Star Bow emitted a resplendent light as a 9-colored arrow was formed. Wong. Lu Ming loosened his grip, and the bowstring vibrated violently. A 9-colored arrow flew out and shot toward the foreign race Great Emperor. The Great Emperor roared and swung his axe at the 9-colored arrow. Dang! There was a deafening explosion as the Great Emperor's body trembled. He retreated rapidly, almost losing his grip on the axe in his hand. How is this possible? The Great Emperor was shocked by the power of the Fallen Star Bow. Wong. Chapter 23:45. The arrow tore through the air, leaving a long trail behind it. It was dazzling with 9 colors, but its speed was unbelievably fast, and its power was shocking. The alien emperor roared and shot out a destructive light from his third eye. At the same time, he swung his battle axe. Clang! The 9-colored arrow struck the alien emperor's battle axe for the second time. The axe shook violently and flew out of his hand. The alien emperor's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. His palm was torn and blood flowed out. One of his arms had completely lost feeling. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7-star True Emperor and his 9 nomological laws had reached the 3rd realm, the power of pulling the bowstring was many times stronger than before. Ordinary 1-star Great Emperors would find it hard to block. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming drew his bow and shot 2 more arrows. The alien emperor roared in anger and used all his strength to block, but it was all in vain. It was just a dying struggle. Of the 2 arrows, one pierced through the outsider emperor's chest, nailing him to the ground. The second arrow pierced through the outsider emperor's forehead. This arrow directly killed the outsider emperor. A great emperor was killed by Lu Ming. This was the first time he did it without using the Heaven Emperor's body. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Unknowingly, he had grown to the point where he could kill a great emperor. More than 10 years ago, when he was in the Yuan continent, great emperors were so high up in his eyes that he couldn't reach them. At that time, Lu Ming could only rely on the Heaven Emperor's body. He couldn't fight against a great emperor at all. With his true strength, a great emperor could kill him with one slap. But now, things were different. Unknowingly, his strength had grown to a shocking level. After the 9-colored arrow killed the alien emperor, it turned into energy and dissipated. Just as Lu Ming was about to fly over and put away the corpse of the alien race's great emperor, 2 beams of rainbow light flashed in the distance and flew toward him at high speed. "It's them." Lu Ming's eyes moved. The 2 streaks of rainbow light were actually the twin brothers. They had obviously noticed Lu Ming from afar, so they flew very quickly and arrived at Lu Ming's side in an instant. The 2 of them looked at the foreign race great emperor with surprise in their eyes. "Brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. You killed a great emperor with your own strength. Respect, respect." One of them said, his eyes filled with amazement. "I was just lucky." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He walked over and kept the corpse of the alien race great emperor. "Brother Lu, did you kill all the crows that day?" The one who spoke earlier asked. "No, I rushed out," Lu Ming answered casually. "Oh." The twin brothers glanced at each other and nodded. "Brother Lu Ming, it seems that we are fated to meet. Why don't we move together?" "Sure." Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded. He was not familiar with this place, and the 2 in front of him were not weak. Lu Ming could not use his Heavenly Emperor physical body now. If they were together, they would be able to help him if he was in danger. "The 2 of you, do you know how big this desert is?" Lu Ming asked. "This desert is very big. We have been wandering around this desert for the past few days. This desert is dead silent, and there are no opportunities. We're just wasting our time here. As long as we keep going deeper into the void sacred island, we will definitely be able to walk out of this desert," one of the twins said. This person was the eldest of the twins. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, there was nothing to be gained in this desert. He had wandered around for many days and had only obtained a great emperor herb and some spiritual liquid. The 3 of them discussed for a while and then headed towards the center of the void sacred island. Along the way, Lu Ming learned the names of the 2 brothers. One of them was called Wuxia and the other was Wu Bo. Both of them were 2-star great emperors. Along the way, they encountered a group of foreign races. There were only 2 of them, a 2-star great emperor and a 1-star great emperor. Naturally, they were surrounded by Lu Ming and the other 2 and killed in the end. Later on, they encountered a group of foreign races. There were 7 or 8 of them. Wuxia had suggested that Lu Ming take out his puppet to kill these foreign races. However, Lu Ming turned around and left. The puppet that Wuxia had mentioned was the Heavenly Emperor physical body. However, the Heavenly Emperor physical body had exhausted its energy and could not kill the foreign races. Lu Ming naturally turned around and left. Fortunately, they were fast enough and did not get surrounded by the foreign races. They successfully escaped. Just like that, they flew for half a month before they walked out of the desert. The main reason was that the pressure in this area was too strong. Their flying speed was thousands or tens of thousands of times slower than outside. That was why it took them so long to cross the desert. After passing through the desert, they came to a land that was scarlet red. The temperature of this land was shockingly high. From time to time, they could see magma flowing out from the ground. Shockingly high temperatures were constantly spreading out from the ground. Logically speaking, such an environment should be more deathly silent than the desert from before. There was even less vegetation. However, the reality was the opposite. Here, they could see vegetation from time to time. Various types of fiery red vegetation were rooted in the scorching land. Some of them were even rooted in the magma. That's flowing flame wood and firestone grass. Not long after coming to this land, Lu Ming found several types of emperor herbs. They were all very valuable and were taken away by the 3 of them. This land of flames was simply a land of treasures. The 3 of them looked around with blazing eyes. A few days later, the 3 of them each obtained more than 10 stalks of emperor herbs. On this day, the three of them suddenly stopped after crossing a large mountain. This was because a few figures appeared in the canyon in front of them. The three of them quickly hid and watched from afar. Evil God Tribe. That canyon was filled with Evil God Tribe members. There was a total of 5 of them. There was a pitch-black cave in the canyon. The 5 Evil God Tribe members were pacing back and forth outside the cave, emitting powerful auras from their bodies. 3 2-star Great Emperors and 2 1-star Great Emperors. Wu Bo muttered with a grave expression. Brother Lu Ming, these 5 Evil God Tribe members have been pacing outside that cave. I reckon that there are treasures in that cave. We cannot miss out on such an opportunity. However, the other party has 3 2-star Great Emperors and 2 1-star Great Emperors. They are much stronger than us and are not people we can deal with. Brother Lu Ming, why don't you take out that puppet and kill these 5 Evil God Tribe members? At that time, if they're really treasures, Brother Lu Ming can take the lion's share. Wuxia said, this plan won't work. Let's continue to observe. Lu Ming said. Wuxia and Wu Bo exchanged glances. A glint flashed across their eyes. Chapter 2346. The 5 members of the Evil God Tribe paced back and forth in the valley. After a while, a 2-star Evil God Tribe member suddenly charged into the cave. Roar! A furious roar suddenly came from the cave. This roar was like the roar of a dragon, but also like the hiss of a python. It was extremely ear-piercing. Immediately after, an intense rumbling sound came from the cave. The entire valley started to shake. In less than a minute, the member of the Evil God Tribe that had charged into the cave previously charged out. Outside the cave, the 4 members of the Evil God Tribe had solemn expressions as they waited in formation. Roar! With an explosive roar, a huge and slender figure charged out of the cave. This is, in the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was a mutated beast that looked like a real dragon. Its entire body was covered in scales, but it only had 4 claws. Moreover, there was a pair of fleshy wings on its back. When they spread out, they were incomparably huge. This was a mutated beast that Lu Ming had never seen before. Roar! The mutated beast roared. Its entire body was covered in blazing flames. Its fleshy wings flapped, and its speed was as fast as lightning as it pounced toward the member of the Evil God Tribe. The member of the Evil God Tribe from before charged toward the other 4 members of the Evil God Tribe. Attack! One of the members of the Evil God Tribe roared. All the members of the Evil God Tribe attacked together. For beams of destructive light shot out from their third eyes and then turned into various attacks. Some turned into battle swords, some into battle sabers, and all kinds of ferocious beasts. Swoosh! The dragon-like mutated beast flapped its fleshy wings. It slashed through the void like a heavenly saber, cutting off the space, wanting to block the attacks of the Evil God Tribe. However, it only blocked a portion of the attacks. A few attacks broke through the encirclement and bombarded the mutated beast, causing it to roar and stop. Attack with all your might and kill this beast. A 2-star Evil God Tribe member shouted. The 5 members of the Evil God Tribe surrounded the mutated beast and attacked it together. The battle prowess of that mutated beast was extremely strong. It was stronger than any of the Evil God Tribe's 2-star martial emperors. However, it wasn't that strong. When it was surrounded by 5 Evil God Tribe's 3-star martial emperors, it was instantly overwhelmed. The mutated beast's defense was astonishing. Its scales were tough and indestructible. Even a 1-star Great Emperor from the Evil God Tribe would find it hard to break through its scales. Only a 2-star Great Emperor from the Evil God Tribe would be able to injure it. Thus, although the mutated beast was injured, it was still able to withstand the attacks. Roar! Roar! The exotic beast roared, as if it was very unwilling to accept the result. It was abnormally furious, and the flames on its body burned even hotter. In the end, its huge body actually began to shrink. Its body that was originally over 100 meters long shrunk to 3 meters long. However, on its body, a sparkling and translucent light flashed. The biggest change was its wings. They became fiery red and translucent, as if they were made of fiery red jade. Whoosh! The mutated beast flapped its wings, and its speed increased explosively compared to before. Like a beam of rainbow light, it soared into the sky and instantly charged out of the encirclement of the evil god race. "Be careful!" A member of the evil god race roared. Roar! The mutated beast roared. Like a red bolt of lightning, it pounced down from the sky, pouncing toward a one-star great emperor from the evil god race. Its speed was extremely fast. That member of the evil god race was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Poochie! The mutated beast's sharp claws slashed out, breaking through the other party's defense and directly tearing off one of his arms. At the same time, one of its wings slashed out horizontally. It was even sharper than a heavenly blade. Poochie! That member of the evil god race was directly cleaved into two. A one-star great emperor from the evil god race was directly killed. Courting death. The other members of the evil god race roared. All kinds of attacks blasted toward the mutated beast. The mutated beast's speed was extremely fast. It tried its best to dodge, but it was still chopped by an axe. Its scales scattered, and a wound was left on its body. Blood flowed out continuously. After the mutated beast was injured, it became even more furious. It roared continuously and pounced toward the remaining one-star great emperor from the evil god race. The mutated beast's speed was too fast. It was almost impossible to dodge if it wanted to attack. It could only attack head-on. That one-star great emperor from the evil god race fought back desperately. The other 3 two-star great emperors from the evil god race also attacked continuously. But in the end, the mutated beast was hit once. However, it still successfully pounced toward the one-star great emperor from the evil god race. Using both its sharp claws and wings, it killed this evil god race member. The 2 weakest members of the evil god race were killed by the mutated beast one after another. Only 3 two-star great emperors from the evil god race were left at the scene. After 2 of them were killed consecutively, the members of the evil god race were also enraged. All kinds of fierce attacks bombarded the mutated beast continuously. The mutated beast relied on its extremely fast speed to dodge continuously and pounce toward a 2-star great emperor from the evil god race. However, a 2-star great emperor was not that easy to kill. In a one-on-one battle, the mutated beast might be stronger than any one of the members of the evil god race. However, when 3 evil god race members joined forces, the mutated beast was no match for them. Both sides exchanged more than 10 moves. One of the members of the evil god race was almost torn into 2 by the mutated beast and was severely injured. However, the mutated beast was also dripping with blood. Its injuries were also quite serious. Swoosh! In the end, the mutated beast targeted the severely injured member of the evil god race. It pounced toward the other party crazily and started a fierce hunt. The mutated beast's entire body was a weapon that could launch attacks. Its attacks were like a violent storm that was impossible to guard against. Pooh! That member of the evil god race was already severely injured and was no match for the mutated beast at all. His chest was pierced through by the mutated beast's tail. The terrifying power tore this member of the evil god race into several pieces. However, the attacks of the other 2 members of the evil god race also arrived. A huge axe chopped toward the mutated beast and directly chopped off one of its wings. There was also a mace that smashed into the mutated beast's body. The mutated beast's bones emitted cracking sounds as its body crashed heavily into the valley. Boom! The earth trembled and dust filled the air. A huge crater appeared in the ground. This time, the mutated beast was severely injured and was on the verge of death. Kill, kill! The eyes of the remaining 2 members of the evil god race were extremely cold. They did not give the mutated beast any chance to catch its breath at all. All kinds of attacks poured down continuously. Roar! That mutated beast roared. It was extremely unwilling to give up and charged toward the cave with all its might. Don't let it return to the cave. One of the members of the evil god race roared. The two members of the evil god race charged toward the dragon-shaped, mutated beast with all their might. All kinds of attacks bombarded the mutated beast's body. More wounds appeared on the mutated beast's body. Its tail was even chopped off. One of its sharp claws was also chopped off. Bang! The mutated beast was powerless to reverse the situation. It fell heavily onto the ground and did not have much breath left. Vile beast, how dare you kill a member of my race? Today, I'll make you into a dish for wine. One of the members of the evil god race said coldly and flew toward the mutated beast. When he got close to the dragon-shaped mutated beast, he chopped down with his axe, wanting to chop off the head of the dragon-shaped mutated beast. However, at this moment, the dragon-shaped mutated beast suddenly roared. Its entire body shone as it charged explosively toward that member of the evil god race. The two of them were too close to each other. When that member of the evil god race saw that the dragon-shaped mutated beast was about to die, he did not have much defense at all. At this moment, he was greatly alarmed and retreated frantically. At the same time, his third eye shone with light. Pooh! That rainbow light directly broke through the destructive light of the evil god race and pierced through his body. Chapter 23:47. That dragon-shaped mutated beast unleashed its final attack, severely injuring one of the evil god tribe members. However, it was exhausted and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Beast! That severely injured evil god tribe member was enraged. With a swing of his axe, he chopped off the head of the dragon-shaped, mutated beast and dug out a fist-sized crystal. Then, the two evil god tribe members looked toward the cave, a fiery light flashing in their eyes. In the distance, Lu Ming, Wuxia, and Wu Bo exchanged glances. Attack, Wuxia said in a low voice. Lu Ming and Wu Bo nodded. Now, there were only two evil god tribe members left. Although they were both two-star great emperors, similar to Wu Xiao and Wu Bo, one of them was injured and his battle prowess weakened. Lu Ming and the other two were still confident if they attacked. Without any hesitation, the three of them charged out at an astonishing speed. Heaven Realm's human race. The moment the three of them charged out, the two evil god tribe members discovered them and immediately roared. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two evil god tribe members immediately attacked. Their third eye shot out a destructive light. One turned into 3 battle swords, and the other turned into a fierce tiger, pouncing toward the three of them. The infinite dragon spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. It contained 9 types of laws and pierced forward. Dong! The long spear pierced one of the battle swords, producing a loud boom. The battle sword was sent flying, but Lu Ming's long spear was also vibrating and buzzing. What a strong force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. A 2-star great emperor was indeed strong. If Lu Ming did not use the fallen star bow now, he might be able to suppress an ordinary 1-star great emperor with his own battle prowess. However, he was still lacking when facing a 2-star great emperor. Air-shattering hand. On the other side, the twin brothers, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo, also used their special abilities. The divine abilities they used were exactly the same. Their palms became transparent, but there was a shocking aura circulating around them. The two of them waved their palms and blasted forward. Wu Xiao attacked the fierce tiger. Wu Bo attacked the remaining 2 battle swords. Boom! Boom! A fierce explosion sounded. The tiger and the 2 swords were directly destroyed by the 2 people. What a powerful force! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. After destroying the attacks of the evil god tribe, the 3 of them didn't stop, rapidly closing in on the 2 evil god tribe members. I'll deal with this uninjured one. You guys work together to kill the injured one, then come and help me. Wu Xiao sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming and Wu Bo. Then, he charged towards the uninjured evil god race. The 2 of them started fighting. As for Lu Ming and Wu Bo, they charged toward the injured evil god tribe member. Boom! Boom! Wu Bo's palms were really transparent, as if they were made of a pair of transparent crystals. The power of his attacks was shocking. Wherever his palm passed, the space directly exploded and shattered. Humans kill. The evil god tribe member bellowed. Wielding his battle axe, he chopped down at Wu Bo clang. Clang! Wu Bo's palms collided with the evil god tribe member's battle axe. A violent explosion sounded like metal clashing. After a few violent vibrations, Wu Bo's figure swayed. As for the burly evil god tribe member, he kept retreating. This evil god tribe member was severely injured by the dragon-shaped, mutated beast's counterattack. His battle prowess was greatly reduced. In a head-on clash, he was no match for Wu Bo at all. At this moment, Lu Ming also launched his attack. Lu Ming directly took out the fallen star Bao. Although the other party was injured, he was still a 2-star Great Emperor. When he went all out, his battle prowess was still very shocking. If he wanted to kill the other party, only the fallen star Bao was effective. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and a 9-colored arrow shot toward the other party. The terrifying might caused the other party's expression to change. He could only do his best to block it. Clang! The other party slashed out with his axe, blocking the 9-colored arrow's attack. However, as he retreated, his injuries worsened, worsening the injuries of the evil god tribe member. How could Wu Bo let go of such an opportunity? He launched a barrage of attacks at the other party. This evil god tribe member was already injured and was no match for Wu Bo. With the threat of the fallen star Bao, he was naturally no match for Wu Bo. In just a few moves, Wu Bo struck the other party. Bang! Wu Bo's palm struck the other party's body. That spot had already been pierced by the dragon-shaped, mutated beast earlier. Now that it was struck, it directly exploded, sending flesh and blood flying. The evil god tribe member screamed miserably. His body was sent flying like a broken sandbag, his aura weak. Lu Ming grabbed the opportunity and shot an arrow. Pooh! The arrow pierced through the other party's head. The other party roared and stopped breathing. With Lu Ming and Wu Bo working together, the two of them easily dealt with that injured evil god tribe member. When the last evil god tribe member saw this scene, he turned pale with fright. He threw a few consecutive moves at Wuxia before turning to flee. He understood that if he faced Lu Ming and the other two alone, he would definitely die. Stop him! Wuxia shouted and chased after the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming continuously drew the fallen star Bao. 2 9-colored arrows flew out, drawing a semicircle in the air. They ran to the front of the evil god tribe member and shot toward him. This evil god tribe member could only brandish his spiked club to block. Although he blocked the 9-colored arrows, his body was blocked. Wuxia rushed over quickly, his palms striking out continuously. As for Wu Bo, he also rushed over quickly and joined the battle. With the two brothers working together, their battle prowess increased explosively. The evil god tribe member could no longer break out of the encirclement and could only do his best to block. As for Lu Ming, he appeared not far away with the fallen star Bao in his hand. This caused the evil god tribe member to be even more flustered. He had to divert his attention to pay attention to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a pile of origin stones and started to devour the origin chi in them to recover his world power. During this period, he suddenly shot out an arrow. Every time Lu Ming shot out an arrow, he would look for an opening to shoot, catching the other party off guard. With the other party distracted, how could he block the attacks of Wuxia and Wu Bo? His body was hit continuously, purple scales flew everywhere, and his bones broke. The evil god tribe member roared furiously, but the result was already decided. After a few more moves, the evil god tribe member's head was pierced through by Wuxia, and he died completely. All 5 evil god tribe members died. The 3 of them looked toward that cave. Clearly, this cave was the cave of that dragon-shaped, mutated beast from before. Since the 5 evil god tribe members had their eyes on this place, there was definitely a treasure inside. The 3 of them landed in front of the cave. The 3 of us will go in together. Be careful. Although the dragon-shaped, mutated beast in the cave has been killed, It's hard to guarantee that there won't be other dangers. Wuxia said, appearing very cautious. Lu Ming and Wu Bo nodded. Then, the three of them carefully headed toward the cave. The moment they entered the cave, they felt a scorching heat rush over. The three of them felt as if their bodies were going to burn up. Lu Ming circulated his world power and 9 types of laws to cover his entire body, resisting the heat in the cave. This was a very large passageway. It was dozens of meters tall and wide. Chapter 2348. The three of them followed the passageway and advanced forward. After about 1,000 meters, they crossed the passageway and arrived in a cave. This cave was very big, and it was crimson red. The temperature was even more shocking, like a furnace. If not for their high cultivation, ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand it. That is, as soon as they entered, their gazes were attracted to a small pool in the middle of the cave. In that small pool, there was a red liquid. The terrifying temperature was spreading out from that red liquid. This was not magma, because there was extremely rich essence inside. This is liquid fire, Lu Ming muttered. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's eyes also lit up. Flames were generally like gas. They could be seen, but not touched. However, in places with extremely rich flame energy, after hundreds of millions of years of evolution, it would form a strange treasure. That was liquid fire. Liquid fire was an extremely rare treasure. It contained a huge amount of flame essence and was extremely valuable to cultivators. The key was that no matter which path one cultivated, it could be used. Those who cultivated the laws could use it to temper the world's power and condense a small world. Those who cultivated the primordial demon path or the primordial demon path could also use it to temper their unique power. Primordial body cultivators could use it to temper their physical bodies. Even the evil god tribe could use it for cultivation. No matter which path it was, the effect was very shocking. It was no wonder that the 5 evil god tribe members wanted to rush in here, and that dragon-shaped mutated beast was unwilling to leave. The eyes of the 3 of them became fiery. There's quite a lot of liquid fire in this pool. How about we split it equally? Wu Xiao's eyes flashed and looked at Lu Ming. I have no objections, Lu Ming said. I'll take some first, Wu Bo said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. Wu Bo controlled the jade bottle and flew toward the small pool, wanting to scoop some. However, when the liquid fire entered the jade bottle, it directly burned and turned into ashes, dissipating without a trace. Such high temperature. The few of them were shocked. I don't believe it. Wu Bo waved his hand again, and a box appeared in the air. This box was made of metal and was engraved with runes. The aura it emitted was extremely shocking. This is a true imperial weapon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Wu Bo controlled the box and flew over, wanting to collect the liquid flame into the box. However, when the liquid flame flew into the box immediately emitted a sizzling sound. Within a few seconds, the box began to burn. A few minutes later, the box followed in the footsteps of the previous jade bottle, turning into ashes and dissipating. The group glanced at each other. The temperature of this liquid flame was too high. Even a true emperor weapon was burnt to ashes. Are we going to use a great emperor weapon? Wu Bo gritted his teeth. Let me, Wu Xiao said. Then he took out an imperial armament. That imperial armament was truly a great imperial armament. It resembled an alms bowl. However, when the liquid fire was poured into the alms bowl still emitted a sizzling sound, and a burst of light smoke floated out of the alms bowl. Wu Xiao's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly poured out the liquid fire and then looked at the alms bowl. There were already a few holes in it. Wu Xiao's heart ached so much that he wanted to die. In such a short period of time, his great imperial armament had already been damaged. If he had delayed any longer, his great imperial armament would have been burned through. We can't take it away at all. Wu Xiao sighed, somewhat speechless. The liquid fire couldn't be taken away at all. The temperature was too high. Even a great imperial armament would be damaged. Could it be that they needed a heavenly imperial armament? However, a heavenly imperial armament was extremely precious and rare. Many heavenly emperors didn't have a heavenly imperial armament, so they naturally didn't have one. Since they couldn't take it away, they could only slowly refine it here. However, a large number of experts had entered the Void Divine Island from the heavenly world and the evil god tribe. This place might be discovered by other experts at any time. It was very dangerous to stay here and refine it. Let me try. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Then, light shone from his forehead, and a large cauldron appeared. This was the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was the weapon of the Nine Dragons. Its power was incomparably shocking, and it was indestructible. Lu Ming guessed that it was definitely a heavenly imperial armament. Even if it couldn't display its power now, the liquid fire shouldn't be able to do anything to the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to fly out and into the small pool. Then, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron released a powerful suction force that sucked the liquid fire into the cauldron. There was no problem at all. There was nothing wrong with the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. He took the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron back and found nothing strange. It was like an ordinary liquid being poured into a water tank. It works. Wuxia and Wu Bo were overjoyed. Lu Ming also relaxed and continued to control the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to absorb the liquid fire. Soon, the small pool of liquid fire was completely sucked into the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron flew back and was put away by Lu Ming. Let's find a secret place and split it evenly among the three of us. Then we can slowly refine it. How about it? Lu Ming looked at Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. All right. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Lu Ming. Let's quickly leave this place. Wu Xiao's face was full of smiles. Wu Bo was the same. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment Lu Ming turned around, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo launched a sudden attack. Their palms turned transparent and blasted toward Lu Ming. Their power was shocking. This change was extremely sudden. Lu Ming sensed danger and roared. 9 types of laws spread out from his body and covered his whole body. Lu Ming only had time to react before Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's attacks landed on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's body flew out and crashed heavily into the wall of the cave. Everything in a void sacred island was under that kind of terrifying pressure at all times. Therefore, it was extremely sturdy. But now, Lu Ming had collided with the wall. The entire cave shook violently. The wall exploded, and a huge, deep pit appeared. Lu Ming lay in the pit and vomited blood. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. You? Why? Lu Ming shouted angrily. Why? Haha, who asked you to have so many treasures? Wu Xiao laughed. That's right. That puppet could even kill a 3-star great sovereign and a 4-star great sovereign. If it fell into the hands of us brothers, how strong would it be? Also, the cauldron in your hand can even store liquid fire. It's definitely extraordinary. The number 1 genius of the heaven domain is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming, I'm afraid you have more treasures than this. If we can get them, we will definitely soar to the sky. He. Wu Bo laughed coldly, his eyes full of greed. Lu Ming had too many treasures. Moreover, the number 1 genius of the heaven domain must have many fortuitous encounters. If they could take away all of Lu Ming's fortuitous encounters, the 2 brothers would definitely rise to the top. Chapter 2349. Aren't you guys afraid that I'll control that puppet to kill you? Lu Ming asked. At the same time, he used the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Of course, on the surface, he still had to pretend to be weak to confuse them. Of course, I have misgivings. At the start, we didn't dare to make a move against you. However, after we met the evil god tribe a few times, I intentionally asked you to control the puppet and kill the evil god tribe members. However, you didn't do so. This made me suspect that your puppet needs energy. Back then, when facing so many crows, its energy should have been exhausted. Wu Xiao sneered. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. There's no need to say anymore. Let's kill him first. This person is a peerless genius. Things might change if we delay. Wu Bo said. That's right. Wuxia nodded as a cold light flashed in his eyes. They didn't dare to be careless against Lu Ming. The two of them attacked together and used all their strength. Wait a minute. I was the one who saved you when we met those crows. Speaking of which, I'm your savior. Is this how you treat your savior? Lu Ming shouted. Savior? Haha, what bullshit savior? You're a genius, but you still believe in this. In this world, benefits are the most important. Do you understand? Wuxia laughed mockingly. Wu Bo also sneered. The two of them stepped toward Lu Ming. However, the two of them were very cautious. They set up layers of defense around their bodies, afraid that Lu Ming would counterattack before he died. The two of them had used all their strength in the attack just now. They were confident that it was a miracle that Lu Ming didn't die. There was no way he could resist. However, Lu Ming's reputation was there. They had to be careful. Sigh. At this time, Lu Ming sighed. You don't have to sigh. We will help you carry forward your fortuitous encounter. Wuxia sneered. I'm sighing because my ancient scripture will be lost from now on. Lu Ming said. Ancient scripture? Wuxia and Wu Bo's eyes lit up. That's right, the primal chaos ancient scripture. Lu Ming said. Wuxia and Wu Bo's eyes burned with passion. Hand over the primal chaos ancient scripture, and we'll give you a quick death. Wuxia said. No, if you agree to spare my life, then I'll give you the primal chaos ancient scripture, as well as all of my other treasures. Otherwise, you can only take my treasures. Don't even think about taking the primal chaos ancient scripture. Lu Ming said. Wuxia and Wu Bo's eyes flickered. What should we do? Wu Bo transmitted his voice to Wuxia. Pretend to agree and give him 2 minutes to inscribe the primal chaos ancient scripture into the jade talisman. His injuries are very serious, and he won't recover for a few days. He won't be able to play any tricks in a few minutes. Wuxia transmitted her voice to Wu Bo, and the two of them nodded silently. All right, we agree not to kill you. Inscribe the primal chaos ancient scripture into the jade talisman. Wuxia said. Do you think I'll believe you? Swear a blood oath. Lu Ming said. Kid, you're still trying to negotiate with us? You have to understand your situation. You're not qualified to negotiate with us. If you continue to talk nonsense, we'll just give up on the primal chaos ancient scripture and kill you right now. Your treasures will still be ours. Wuxia said coldly. Lu Ming, hurry up and inscribe it. We don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Wu Bo shouted coldly, and his killing intent grew colder. All right, I hope you keep your word. Lu Ming said, pretending to be helpless. He took out a jade talisman and started to inscribe. Soon, 2 minutes passed, and Lu Ming was still inscribing. Kid, why are you so slow? You'd better not play any tricks. Wuxia said coldly. The primal chaos ancient scripture is the primal chaos emperor's ancient scripture. It's incomparably mysterious, and it's not that easy to inscribe. If you want an incomplete ancient scripture, I'll get it to you right now. Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. Lu Ming, we'll give you 3 more minutes. If you're still not done after 3 minutes, don't blame us for being ruthless. Wuxia said coldly. He was still worried and felt that he couldn't delay any longer. Lu Ming continued to inscribe. Soon, 3 minutes had passed. It's done. At this time, Lu Ming said, and then waved his hand, and the jade talisman flew to Wuxia. Wuxia was ecstatic. He reached out and took it and quickly checked it. At first glance, Wuxia was stunned, and then he revealed a furious look. It's empty, Lu Ming. How dare you lie to us? Wuxia roared. But at this moment, Lu Ming's figure suddenly rushed out at an astonishing speed. Behind Lu Ming, there was a pair of wings that flapped rapidly. He dashed toward the passageway and dashed out of the cave. Damn it, Chase. You're courting death. Wuxia and Wu Bo were furious and chased after Lu Ming. The 3 of them were very fast, and in an instant, they rushed out of the cave and flew into the distance. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. Although Wuxia and Wu Bo tried their best, they couldn't catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. Damn it. How does he still have energy left? Wu Xiao and Wu Bo roared. Previously, the two of them had joined forces to launch a surprise attack. Even if it was another two-star Great Emperor, they would definitely die. It was already a miracle that Lu Ming didn't die. They thought that Lu Ming would definitely be severely injured and wouldn't have any energy left to escape. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to burst out with such an astonishing speed. In fact, Lu Ming's injuries were far less serious than they thought. Lu Ming's current physical body was extremely strong, and his defense and vitality were shockingly strong. At the same time, Lu Ming didn't trust Wu Xiao and Wu Bo that much. Secretly, Lu Ming was constantly circulating the indestructible golden body, making his body as hard as a divine weapon. The indestructible golden body, in addition to his strong physical body, had an astonishing defense. Even if Wu Xiao and Wu Bo launched a surprise attack, although Lu Ming was severely injured, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't retaliate. In addition, Lu Ming purposely wasted time by circulating the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were much better now. Just now, Lu Ming had pretended to carve the primal chaos ancient scripture and pass the jade talisman to Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. As expected, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were overjoyed and relaxed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming made a sudden move and successfully escaped. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape. If I catch up to you, I'll tear you to pieces. Wu Xiao roared. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. He activated the 6 feather divine wings and flew rapidly. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 9-colored arrows flew towards Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. The two of them could only use their own attacks to block them. With their strength, although they could block the 9-colored arrows, it was inevitable that their bodies would be blocked and their speed would be slowed down. Chapter 2350. As Lu Ming flew, he attacked with a fallen star bow. The fallen star bow's attack range was extremely far. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's figures were blocked. Lu Ming took the opportunity to fly forward for a while, widening the distance between the two sides. Lu Ming, will remember today's matter. Keep your heads for now. In the future, I will definitely come and take them personally. A cold voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming must kill Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. Damn it! Wu Xiao and Wu Bo roared in their hearts. They were incomparably anxious. They knew that Lu Ming was not just saying it. He would definitely do it. The key was that with Lu Ming's talent, he would definitely be able to do it in the future. There was no doubt about this. It would not be long before Lu Ming's battle strength surpassed theirs. Not to mention Lu Ming's talent. Even the power behind Lu Ming was incomparably terrifying. The matter of the Lan family had long spread throughout the heaven realm, allowing everyone to recognize Lu Ming's powerful strength. Any one of the sky emperors behind Lu Ming could kill them casually. Therefore, they must not let Lu Ming leave. At this moment, the two of them were somewhat regretful. They did not regret attacking Lu Ming, but regretted that they were too confident after attacking and gave Lu Ming too much time. To deal with someone like Lu Ming, once they attacked, they had to kill him with lightning speed. Every minute and second delayed would cause an unforeseen event to occur. They had only given Lu Ming a few minutes, and Lu Ming had escaped from under their noses. Unfortunately, they understood now. It was already too late. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo erupted with all their strength and chased after Lu Ming. They chased after Lu Ming and did not let go. Lu Ming was definitely injured and would not be able to hold on for long. As time passed, they would definitely catch up to him. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, another 2 arrows shot towards them. They could only wave their palms to block the arrows. As a result, their figures were once again blocked, and the distance between them and Lu Ming was once again greatly increased. Damn it, damn it! The two of them roared in their hearts as they madly chased after him. But they still couldn't change the fact that the distance between them and Lu Ming was growing larger and larger. Just like that, after Lu Ming shot a few arrows, they had already flown out of this blazing land and arrived at a more normal place. This place had verdant hills and limpid waters, and mountain ranges were everywhere. After arriving at this place, Lu Ming rushed down to the ground and ran along the mountain forest. Not long after, Wuxia and Wu Bo completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it! Wuxia and Wu Bo stopped on top of a mountain peak and roared like wild beasts. Both of their palms struck out randomly, and the terrifying palm imprints bombarded the mountain peak, causing the mountain peak to tremble and debris to fly everywhere. At this time, Lu Ming had already entered a hidden cave and then went deep underground. He moved forward along the ground, and not a trace of aura was emitted from his body. Puff! In the process of moving forward, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was somewhat pale. Although his defense was shocking and his vitality was extremely strong, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were still 2-star Great Emperors. Their combined strength was truly terrifying. Lu Ming's injuries were still very heavy. Just now, he had used his full strength to continuously draw the fallen star bow. Naturally, his injuries had worsened. However, it didn't matter. With the profoundness of the indestructible ancient scripture, no matter how heavy his injuries were, they were nothing. Lu Ming continued to move forward in the depths of the ground. After an unknown distance, he entered the mountain river diagram and began to circulate the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. In the distance, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were madly searching for Lu Ming. Lu Ming must be hiding somewhere to heal his injuries. We must find him and kill him. Wu Xiao roared. If they couldn't kill Lu Ming, then the best ending for their lives would be to hide in the Void Divine Island. Once they returned to the Heaven World, they would definitely be killed by the Heavenly Emperor behind Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming must die. Time passed by day. 3 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had completely healed, and he had reached his peak state. Following that, Lu Ming's heart moved. A large cauldron appeared between his eyebrows and landed in front of him. It was the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. In the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, there was liquid fire. Liquid fire can be said to be a top-grade treasure to temper one's physical body. If I refine this liquid fire, the 7 gods' mysterious art will definitely break through. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he controlled the power of the world and rolled out a ball of liquid fire. Chi. The temperature of the liquid fire was shockingly high. Even the power of the world was burning, and it made a sizzling sound. Lu Ming withdrew the power of the world and grabbed the liquid fire in his hand. Chi. Immediately, Lu Ming's palm emitted a burnt smell, and it was about to burn Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's physical body was extremely strong. Coupled with the immortal golden body, it was comparable to an ordinary Great Emperor weapon. At the same time, he circulated the immortal ancient scripture. Although Lu Ming's body was burned, it recovered at a faster speed. Then, Lu Ming controlled the power of the world and spread out the ball of liquid fire, wrapping Lu Ming's body evenly. Lu Ming began to circulate the 7 gods' mysterious art to refine the liquid fire. With the power of the liquid fire, he began to temper his physical body. 3 days later, the ball of liquid fire was refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's physical body had improved, but he still hadn't broken through the bottleneck. This cultivation is too slow and too gentle. I will enter the cauldron directly. With the strength of my physical body, I should be able to withstand it. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes flashing with madness. He planned to enter the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and soak in the liquid fire. This way, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. It could be said that this was an extremely crazy idea. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. The liquid fire could even burn Great Emperor weapons. If one's physical body entered it, they would probably be burned to death. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. Lu Ming was not included. With the strength of his physical body and the recovery power of the immortal ancient scripture, he could definitely withstand it. Immediately, Lu Ming entered the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Of course, he had already taken off his clothes. With a plop, Lu Ming's entire body was submerged in the liquid fire. Immediately, a tearing pain enveloped Lu Ming's body. Although Lu Ming's physical body was very strong, he was still slowly being burned by the liquid fire and was about to be incinerated. Lu Ming immediately circulated the immortal ancient scripture, and his physical body began to recover rapidly. However, the pain didn't lessen in the slightest. Lu Ming focused his mind and cleared his mind. He circulated the seven gods' mysterious art and began to cultivate. The liquid fire contained a huge amount of energy essence. It was constantly being absorbed by Lu Ming. At the same time, the burning of the liquid fire could also help to temper his physical body. Under the dual effects, Lu Ming's physical body rapidly improved. Half a month later, the seven gods' mysterious art finally broke through to the 5th level. After breaking through to the 5th level, Lu Ming's physical strength increased crazily. At this point, Lu Ming's physical strength alone was comparable to a great emperor. This was a qualitative leap. Chapter 23:51. The art of the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through to the 5th level, and his physical strength had reached the great emperor realm. Lu Ming's physique had improved in every aspect. Every cell in his body had been tempered and strengthened to the extreme. To be honest, with his current physical strength, even without the indestructible ancient scripture, his vitality was extremely strong. Even if his body was torn apart, he would be able to recover quickly. Now, Lu Ming could withstand the burning of the liquid flame even if he did not use the indestructible ancient scripture. Continue. Lu Ming muttered and continued to use the art of the seven gods' mysterious art to refine the liquid flame. There was still some liquid flame left in the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and Lu Ming planned to refine it all before coming out. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Lu Ming had refined the remaining liquid flame. The art of the seven gods' mysterious art had reached the peak of the early 5th level. However, without breaking through to the mid-5th level, the improvement in his physical strength was limited. The art of the seven gods' mysterious art could only increase his strength by breaking through the bottleneck. For example, when one broke through to the mid-5th level, their strength would increase tremendously. Without a breakthrough, even if one was at the peak of the early 5th level, their strength would be limited. However, compared to before the art of the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through, Lu Ming's strength had increased significantly. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath and ended his cultivation. He walked out of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's glabella and disappeared. With my current strength, I should be able to kill a 2-star great emperor, Lu Ming muttered. Before he had a breakthrough, he could easily suppress an ordinary 1-star great monarch with all his moves combined. Now that the art of the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through and reached the peak of the early 5th level, he could kill a 1-star great emperor with his physical strength alone. He could even kill a 1-star great emperor who had mastered the strongest great Tao. With the help of the power of the world and various laws, he could kill a 2-star great emperor. Wuxia Wubo, don't let me see you. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram and came to the surface. After reaching the surface, Lu Ming headed towards the depths of Void God Island. Lu Ming didn't deliberately search for Wuxia and Wubo. The Void Divine Island was too big, and a month had already passed. Who knew where the two of them had run off to? The laws here are so gentle. Comprehending them seems to be especially easy. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, a look of surprise on his face. He carefully sensed it, and it was indeed so. The laws here were especially docile and easy to comprehend. He didn't have this feeling when he was in the land of fire and the desert, but now that he was in a normal land, this feeling was very obvious. Could it be because of that terrifying pressure? Lu Ming guessed and felt that it was very possible. That kind of terrifying pressure was supreme. Even the heavenly Tao would be suppressed, let alone the laws. Under this kind of pressure, The laws became incomparably docile and easy to comprehend. It was just like taming a horse. In the outside world, the laws were like wild horses with wild temperaments. They were extremely difficult to tame and naturally difficult to comprehend. But here, the laws were like docile domestic horses. They were easy to touch, easy to tame, and naturally easy to comprehend. Holy Land. This is simply a holy land for comprehending the laws. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a fiery radiance. Lu Ming felt for a while and found that the speed of comprehending the laws here was at least 100 times faster than the outside world. For martial artists below the Great Emperor realm, this was simply a supreme cultivation holy land. Unfortunately, the pressure here was too strong. True emperors couldn't enter, but great emperors could. However, great emperors had already passed the stage of comprehending the laws. This place couldn't be more suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to walk a different path. He wanted to comprehend all the other strongest laws before breaking through to the great emperor realm. If he was outside, he didn't know how long this would take. But here, time would be saved greatly. For Lu Ming, this was a great opportunity. Find a place to go into seclusion and comprehend. Lu Ming showed a look of excitement. In Lu Ming's heart, great Tao fragments and heavenly Tao weapons were not as important as comprehending the laws. Lu Ming didn't need those things for the time being. Comprehending the laws would greatly increase Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming wanted to know how amazing it would be if he completely comprehended the 10 strongest laws and evolved them into great Taos. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure moved and flew forward. He planned to find a quiet place with rich origin chi to enter seclusion and comprehend. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. Before long, he flew hundreds of thousands of miles. When Lu Ming flew over a mountain range, 2 rainbow lights suddenly flew out from the mountain range. The rainbow lights were extremely fast. In a flash, one in front and one behind, 2 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Wuxia Wubo! The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled slightly, revealing a strange look. He didn't expect to run into Wu Xiao and Wu Bo not long after he came out of seclusion. What a coincidence. Ha! Lu Ming, your luck is really not too good. The 2 of us were lying in ambush here just to try our luck and see if we could run into you. I didn't expect you to really go in this direction. Wu Xiao laughed loudly, but his voice was cold. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. They searched for Lu Ming for more than half a month, but found nothing. They might as well wait here to see if they could run into Lu Ming. They didn't expect to really run into him. Is that so? Lu Ming said indifferently. However, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo did not make a move immediately. They looked at Lu Ming somewhat cautiously. They had some misgivings about Lu Ming's puppet. Back then, they had all witnessed the prowess of that puppet. They were afraid that Lu Ming would fill that puppet with energy again over the past month. That shouldn't be possible. That kind of puppet is so strong that it needs a lot of energy. I don't believe he can fill it up so quickly. Wu Xiao transmitted to Wu Bo, his eyes full of greed. That's right. If that puppet could be used, he would have done it already. Wu Bo added. Lu Ming had too many treasures on him. They couldn't give up. Their hearts were completely consumed by greed. However, they didn't make a move right away. They slowly approached Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's aura completely erupted with 9 types of laws revolving around him. It was still the aura of a peak true emperor. Die! Lu Ming charged at Wu Xiao. Lu Ming, no matter how powerful you are merely a true emperor. How dare you fight with me? Wu Xiao shouted with a ruthless glint in his eyes. His palms turned transparent as he attacked Lu Ming. The transparent palm blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also threw a punch. Seeing that their fists and palms were about to collide, Wu Xiao revealed a look of joy. Chapter 2352. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only a true emperor. Wu Xiao was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming and even kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overestimating himself and dared to fight him head-on. Wu Xiao increased his strength to the maximum. He wanted to injure Lu Ming severely. Boom! Their fists and palms collided fiercely. Boom! Gotcha! When the two people's fists and palms collided, an earth-shattering boom erupted. Amidst the boom, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Your strength! Wuxia's body retreated as he roared in disbelief. He clashed head-on with Lu Ming, but he was no match for him. Lu Ming broke the bones in his hand with one punch. The terrifying power was like an avalanche, forcing him to retreat. This was unbelievable. Lu Ming was only a true emperor. His cultivation did not increase at all. How could his strength increase so much in just a month? Wuxia's mind could not wrap itself around it. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. Taking advantage of Wuxia's shock, Lu Ming launched a sure-kill attack. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated rapidly. In an instant, it vibrated at least 1 billion times. In an instant, 1 billion times. This was a terrifying frequency. Lu Ming's muscles and space vibrated, producing a terrifying driving force. Lu Ming's figure instantly dashed toward Wuxia at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Then, Lu Ming punched out. Lu Ming used all his strength in this punch. The fist broke through space and pierced through the void, heading towards Wuxia's small world. Not good. Wuxia's hair stood on end. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. However, it was too late for him to counterattack. He could only retreat quickly and set up layers of defense around his body. Boom! Lu Ming's fist accurately struck Wuxia's dantian. An incomparably terrifying force rushed into Wuxia's dantian. The power of the great path that covered Wuxia's body was instantly torn apart by Lu Ming's power. The surging power bombarded Wuxia's small world. Rumble! Wuxia's small world shook crazily, and dense cracks appeared. Then the entire small world exploded. Wuxia's body flew out like a meteor, crashing into a mountain peak, creating a large crater. Wuxia lay in the pit and screamed crazily. No, no, no! Wuxia roared as he vomited blood. He found it hard to accept that his small world had been shattered by Lu Ming. With his small world shattered, his cultivation base was completely crippled. Furthermore, he would not be able to live for long. On the other side, Wu Bo was dumbstruck as well. From when Lu Ming and Wuxia fought to when Wuxia was crippled, only a split second had passed. It was extremely short. In an instant, Wuxia was crippled. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked coldly at Wu Bo previously. He had purposely revealed his true Emperor Realm cultivation base to make Wuxia and Wu Bo careless. This way, he would be able to cripple one of them in an instant. If Wuxia and Wu Bo were to join forces, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat them. However, it would be difficult to kill both of them. However, now that Lu Ming had crippled one of them, it would be much easier to deal with the other. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles vibrated as he charged towards Wu Bo. Wu Bo was prepared. With a roar, he unleashed all his might. His palms bombarded Lu Ming continuously. His seemingly transparent palms pierced through the void and blasted toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's fists were constantly punching out. In an instant, he had thrown out hundreds of punches, clashing with Wu Bo. The two exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. Then, Wu Bo's body retreated and he vomited blood. His palms and arms were completely deformed. The bones inside had been shattered by Lu Ming. Wu Bo's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and turned to run. He couldn't care less about Wuxia now. You want to run? Do you think you can? Lu Ming said coldly. His muscles and bones vibrated. With the help of the 6-feathered divine wings, Lu Ming's speed completely surpassed Wu Bo's. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming caught up to Wu Bo and threw out a punch. Wu Bo's arms were broken, and he couldn't block it. He wanted to dodge, but his speed wasn't as fast as Lu Ming. The punch landed on his head, and his head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was also crushed into ashes by Lu Ming's fist. Wu Bo was dead. Puff! Lu Ming reached out his hand and grabbed Wu Bo's dantian. He took out a piece of the realm core from his dantian. The realm core of an Emperor realm core was a rare treasure. It contained powerful energy. Then, Lu Ming took Wu Bo's storage ring and walked toward Wuxia. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. I curse you to die a horrible death. Wu Xiao knew that he was going to die, so he cursed crazily. Ha, what a joke. You brought this on yourselves. We could have split the liquid flame. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming was their savior. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been torn apart by the crows when they first entered the Void Sacred Island. However, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo weren't grateful to Lu Ming. They even coveted Lu Ming's treasures and attacked him. Now that they were defeated by Lu Ming, they cursed Lu Ming with resentment. Wasn't that a joke? Ha ha. Wu Xiao laughed. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming was right. They brought this on themselves. If they hadn't been greedy, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only that, they would have gotten some of the liquid flame. They had brought all of this upon themselves. He punched out, and a fist energy engulfed Wu Xiao. When the fist energy disappeared, Wu Xiao turned into ashes. His previous punch had shattered Wu Xiao's small world and destroyed his heart of the world at the same time. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. After putting away Wu Xiao's storage ring, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left this place. Lu Ming kept flying. He only came to a stop after flying for 1,000,000 miles. The origin chi here was very rich. Lu Ming opened up a cave on a mountain peak. After flying into the cave, he sealed the entrance. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave and began to comprehend the laws. Now, Lu Ming wanted to comprehend new laws. Which of the remaining 7 strongest laws should I comprehend first? Lu Ming pondered. The remaining 7 strongest laws were destiny, space-time, reincarnation, primordial chaos, nothingness, eternity, and karma. Of these 7, the strongest was undoubtedly the destiny law. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to comprehend the destiny law for the time being. The destiny law was the most difficult to comprehend. Lu Ming planned to comprehend the other laws first and leave the destiny law for last. After a while, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the primordial chaos law first. Chapter 2353. After his primordial chaos laws reached a certain level of maturity, Lu Ming planned to comprehend Samsara laws. When he first met Samsara Emperor, Lu Ming had experienced Samsara and had a deep impression of Samsara laws. It would be relatively easier for Lu Ming to comprehend these 2 laws. After making up his mind, Lu Ming began to comprehend. His dantian shone, and a small world slowly emerged. Finally, it appeared above Lu Ming's head. The small world looked only 1 meter in size, but upon closer inspection, the mountains and lakes inside were faintly visible. On a vast plain, an ancient tree of enlightenment pierced through the clouds. Now, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree was nearly 800 meters tall. Cultivating under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree was very effective. Lu Ming's soul condensed in the small world and sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. This way, the small world and the outside world were connected. The power of laws from the outside world poured into Lu Ming's small world, and the Enlightenment Ancient Tree's function could be unleashed. In this way, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending the laws had increased greatly. In just a few days, Lu Ming's comprehension of primordial chaos laws had already reached a rudimentary level. The reason why it was so fast was that primordial chaos laws and primordial chaos laws were extremely similar and had similarities. The second was because Lu Ming's current realm was high. He had already cultivated 9 types of laws to the 3rd realm and could fuse different supreme laws. This meant that Lu Ming's understanding and application of laws had already reached an extremely profound realm. Therefore, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending other laws was much faster than before. With all kinds of advantages stacked, Lu Ming's cultivation speed was very fast. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's control of primordial chaos laws also improved rapidly. In just 2 months, Lu Ming cultivated primordial chaos laws to the 2nd realm. During this time, Lu Ming also tried to fuse primordial chaos laws with other supreme laws. Otherwise, Lu Ming's speed would be even faster. Half a year later, Lu Ming had already comprehended the primordial laws to the limits of the second stage. At this time, Lu Ming began to comprehend the samsara laws. Lu Ming's speed of comprehending two types of laws at the same time slowed down. At the same time, he had to comprehend while trying to fuse the different laws together. Even so, after a year of seclusion, Lu Ming still managed to cultivate the samsara law to the second level. Furthermore, the primordial chaos law and the samsara law could already fuse with other supreme laws to form new mystique techniques. Without using his physical body, Lu Ming's strength had also increased greatly. After all, it was an ultimate law. Every time he comprehended one more law, after forming a divine ability, Lu Ming's strength would skyrocket. Lu Ming was completely immersed in cultivation, forgetting everything. To him, cultivating here was the greatest opportunity. It could save him a lot of time. If he were to cultivate outside, he would need dozens of times more time. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating outside for dozens of years. Lu Ming had no intention of stopping and continued to comprehend. Not far from where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion, three figures were rapidly fleeing. If Lu Ming saw them, he would definitely be shocked. This was because one of them was Emperor Wuxia. The other two were the Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Emperor. At this time, they were being pursued. The three of them were injured. Their bodies were dyed red with blood, especially Emperor Tianhua. His face was pale, and his aura was unstable. He was the most injured. The three of them flew quickly, but there were some figures chasing after them. The ones chasing after them were the experts of the foreign races. "You can't escape. You'll definitely die." One of the foreign races shouted coldly. "Go, don't stop. If we're lucky and meet the experts of the heaven field, we might be saved." Emperor Wuxia shouted. He and Emperor Hun Tian carried Emperor Tianhua and flew quickly. However, their speed was reduced and the foreign races slowly caught up to them. One fled while the other chased. They were approaching the area where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Kill. There were a total of 5 foreign races behind them. One of them was a 2-star Great Emperor, while the other 4 were 1-star Great Emperors. Emperor Wuxia and the other 3 were 1-star Great Emperors. At this moment, the 2-star Great Emperor was the fastest. He quickly closed in on Emperor Wuxia and the other 2. His third eye shot out a ray of destructive light that turned into a battle sword and slashed at the 3 of them. Emperor Wuxia had no choice but to stop. He unsheathed his battle sword and slashed out. Clang! 2 rays of sword light collided. Emperor Wuxiang's body shook violently, and he was sent flying. His face was pale. Although Emperor Wuxiang had reached the limit of a 1-star Great Emperor, there was still a large gap between him and a 2-star Great Emperor. Go quickly!" Emperor Wuxiang roared. "You want to leave? None of you will be able to leave today." The 2-star Great Sovereign said coldly and launched another attack at Emperor Wuxiang. "I'll help you," Emperor Hun Tian said. He charged at Emperor Wuxiang, and the 2 of them joined forces to fight against their opponents. Even so, they were still no match for their opponents. They were forced to retreat and were at a disadvantage. The other 4 1-star Great Emperors had arrived and surrounded them. They were in a desperate situation. "I never thought that the 3 of us would die here today." Emperor Wuxiang and the other 2 looked at each other and sighed. However, they wouldn't give up so quickly. Even if they had to put their lives on the line, they still had to fight. At this moment, Lu Ming sensed the commotion outside a mountain not far away and ended his cultivation. "There's a huge battle outside." "Wait, this aura," Lu Ming began to murmur. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. There were 3 auras outside that Lu Ming was extremely familiar with. Immediately, 3 figures appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Emperor Wuxiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua. However, hadn't the Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Great Emperor used the Gate of the Realm to send some of the foreign race Great Emperors into the Heaven Realm in order to solve the problem of the foreign races? Hadn't the chaotic heaven great emperor and the heavenly fire great emperor also entered the heaven realm? Why would they appear here? Many thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. However, he didn't have much time to think. Lu Ming entered his dantian with a thought. His muscles shook and Lu Ming charged out. Boom! The mountain exploded and debris flew everywhere. Lu Ming charged out of the mountain and stood in the sky. The commotion here naturally alerted Emperor Wuxia and the other two great emperors and the evil god tribe. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua were stunned when they saw him. Lu Ming? The three of them were completely dumbfounded. They had never expected to see Lu Ming here. This was the Void Sacred Island. Only great emperors could enter. They had actually bumped into Lu Ming here. Had Lu Ming broken through to the great emperor realm? Wasn't that too fast? Chapter 2354. Another human. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 5 evil god tribe emperors. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's aura exploded. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. This was because Lu Ming's aura was that of a true emperor. Just a true emperor. The 5 evil god tribe emperors couldn't help but show disdain. If he was just a true emperor, how strong could he be even if he could enter this place? Someone has come to die. One of the evil god tribe emperors sneered. Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua's faces changed drastically. Lu Ming, go. Don't worry about us. Emperor Wuxia and the other two shouted anxiously. With Lu Ming's talent, his future was limitless. They couldn't implicate Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face was relaxed. 3 Deans, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, walking toward Emperor Wuxia and the rest. Lu Ming, go. Emperor Wuxia was even more anxious. No worries. It won't be too late to leave after I kill these foreign races. Lu Ming chuckled as if these foreign races were lambs that could be killed at any time. Arrogant. A true emperor wants to kill us? In my opinion, he's just bluffing. I'll kill him. A 1-star evil god tribe emperor stepped out and forced his way towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The eyes of martial monarch Wuxia and the others flickered with doubt. They knew that Lu Ming wouldn't be so arrogant. He must have something to rely on. Could it be that puppet? A thought flashed across Emperor Wuxia's mind. Back then, he had seen Lu Ming use that puppet to defeat the great emperor of the He family. Die. The great emperor of the evil god tribe held a mace in his hand and swung it toward Lu Ming. Wong. Lu Ming's muscles trembled and his body burst out. In an instant, he appeared in front of his opponent and punched out. Bang! Under this punch, the opponent did not have the slightest ability to resist and was directly torn apart by Lu Ming's violent strength. His body exploded into pieces. 1 punch, instant kill. Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua were stunned. The other members of the evil god tribe were also stunned. A 1-star great monarch was instantly killed by a single punch. What kind of battle prowess was this? Even an ordinary 2-star martial monarch would not be able to do that. Kill. Lu Ming let out an explosive bellow. His speed exploded to the extreme as he charged toward the remaining members of the evil god tribe. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on the other party. Let's join hands and kill him. The 2-star great emperor from the evil god race roared as he charged towards Lu Ming. The other members of the evil god tribe also launched attacks. Attack! Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Tianhua, and Emperor Hun Tian also attacked. Their attacks were directed at the 2-star great emperor from the evil god tribe, so that he could not attack Lu Ming with his full strength. Boom! 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 Lu Ming continuously punched out. The terrifying fist force brought about a violent spatial storm that drowned a few members of the evil god tribe. Bang! 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 The 3 1-star Emperor Realm evil god tribesmen directly exploded. Not even their corpses remained. Nothing was left behind. How is this possible? The remaining two-star Great Emperor from the evil god tribe roared in disbelief. A true emperor killing great emperors like chopping vegetables. How is this possible? Of course, this was just Lu Ming's cover-up. His law system was only at the true emperor realm, but his physical body was already at the great emperor realm. Otherwise, no matter how strong a true emperor was, he would not be able to kill a great emperor so easily. Of course, this was also Lu Ming's intention. He purposely concealed his aura to shock the evil god tribe. This way, his battle prowess would naturally weaken. Kill! Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and charged towards the two-star Great Emperor from the evil god tribe. The fate of this evil god tribe member was already decided. Lu Ming alone was enough to kill him. In addition, with the help of Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua, this evil god tribe member would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Lu Ming continuously punched out. 9-colored light flashed, and he was like an invincible god of war, completely suppressing his opponent. Bang! Bang! The terrifying fist force landed on the evil god tribe member, breaking his bones and tendons. In the end, his body exploded. After Lu Ming made his move, the 5 members of the evil god tribe were all killed in an instant. This, Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Tianhua, and Emperor Hun Tian exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming had something to rely on and that he had a powerful external force. That was why he was so calm. They did not expect Lu Ming to rely on his own combat ability to kill 5 members of the evil god tribe. The key was that this was a complete suppression. He killed the 5 members of the evil god tribe as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Compared to when he killed Wuxia and Wu Bo, Lu Ming's strength had increased by a little. Reincarnation law and primordial law had already reached a certain level. After merging them, it was naturally easier for him to kill ordinary 2-star great emperors. 3 Deans, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lu Ming walked over and cupped his fists. Back then, Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Tianhua, and Emperor Hun Tian had established the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. Their purpose was to nurture the geniuses of the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. They were selfless. Back then, Lu Ming had also received a lot of help in the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. Otherwise, he might not have achieved what he had today. Therefore, he was still very respectful to the 3 Deans. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that in just over 20 years, your battle strength has already reached such a level. You are already far above us. Emperor Hun Tian sighed, feeling a lot of emotions. Over 20 years was just a snap of the fingers for a great emperor. Back then, when they first met Lu Ming, although Lu Ming's talent was very high, in their eyes, he was just a little guy. There was still a boundless distance between him and the great emperor realm. But now, Lu Ming's strength was actually above them. They would never have dreamed that. Of course, they were also happy for Lu Ming's achievements. If it weren't for the guidance of the 3 Deans back then, how could Lu Ming have today's achievements? Lu Ming smiled and said, Deans, back then when you entered the gate of world viewing, where did you appear? Why did you come to the Void Divine Island? Lu Ming asked. We were lucky. When we entered the gate of world viewing, we happened to appear in the Taiching Heaven Domain. Those great Emperor Realm foreign tribes were also killed by the experts of the Taiching Heaven Domain. Emperor Hun Tian explained. Later on, things were simple. Emperor Wuxia found Emperor Hun Tian and Emperor Tianhua. The 3 of them cultivated together, and when the Void Divine Island appeared, the 3 of them teamed up to explore. We were quite lucky when we entered the Void Divine Island. We found some fortunate encounters and treasures, but some time ago when we were about to go to the Void Divine Pagoda, we encountered these foreign tribes and were chased by them. Emperor Wuxia explained. The Void Divine Pagoda? Lu Ming was startled. He was a little curious. Chapter 2355. The Void Divine Pagoda is an ancient building on the Void Divine Island. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't know, Emperor Wuxiang explained. The Void Divine Island was the dojo of a supreme existence. Naturally, there were many ancient ruins and buildings on it. Many of them were left behind by the supreme existence's disciples. Usually, they would contain some treasures. The Void Divine Pagoda was a famous building in a large area. The evil god tribe and the heaven world's experts discovered it at the same time. Now, both sides were fighting for control of the Void Divine Pagoda. Many people heard the news and rushed to the Void Divine Pagoda. Emperor Wuxiang and the other two also heard the news and rushed there. They didn't expect to meet the evil god tribe halfway and be chased down. I see. After hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. To be honest, he had been on the Void Divine Island for more than a year and hadn't seen this building. He couldn't help but be curious. Lu Ming, do you want to take a look together? There might be many treasures inside. There might even be heavenly Dao soldiers. Emperor Wuxiang said. At the mention of heavenly Dao soldiers, even the eyes of Emperor Wuxiang and the others were burning. Heavenly Dao soldiers were too precious. Even heavenly emperors would fight for them. How could ordinary people not be moved? Okay, I've been in seclusion for this period of time. I was thinking of walking around. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, Emperor Wuxiang and the other two led the way. The group of four headed in the direction of the Void Divine Pagoda. Their luck wasn't bad. For a few days, they didn't meet the evil god tribe. 3 days later, they arrived at their destination. From afar, they saw a huge pagoda. It seemed to be made of bronze. It pierced the sky and reached into the clouds. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the bottom of the pagoda, they saw a large number of figures. On one side, there were more than 100 people from the evil god tribe. On the other side, there were more than 100 people from the heaven world. These were all heavenly emperors. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Lu Ming and the others looked around and saw that the bottom of the pagoda was full of potholes. There were traces of a great battle. They even saw the corpses of the evil god tribe and the heaven world. It was clear that a huge battle had taken place not long ago. When Lu Ming's group of four arrived, many people's gazes fell on them. Lu Ming, it's you. A cold voice rang out. Lu Ming looked over and found an acquaintance in the crowd. Xianxia was a great emperor of the Lan family. Previously, he was defeated by Lu Ming at the drill ground of the two-world city. There were a few other people standing next to Xianxia. They looked at Lu Ming coldly, and their eyes flickered with killing intent. Are they all from the Lan family? Lu Ming guessed. As soon as they saw him, they revealed killing intent. Lu Ming guessed that those people were probably from the Lan family or the Yin family. Lu Ming ignored him. Together with Emperor Wuxiang and the other two, he flew toward the crowd in the heaven realm and joined them. Some people were delighted. After all, the more people there were in the heaven realm, the stronger they would be. Lu Ming looked around and found that there was a door in the pagoda. The door was tightly shut and did not open. Lu Ming and the others asked around and found out that there were formations around the door. Previously, both sides had attacked the pagoda, but they did not manage to break through. Later, the heaven realm and the evil god tribe had a conflict. Both sides fought, but their strength was about the same. There was no clear victor. Swish, swish. Not long after Lu Ming and the others arrived, there was the sound of air being torn apart. A few figures flew over. They were from the evil god tribe. Clearly, people from both sides had heard the news and rushed over. As time passed, the number of people on both sides increased, but they did not attack. Both sides were about the same in strength, so they had their reservations. Just like that, the tense atmosphere lasted for 7 to 8 days. Everyone from the heaven realm. If this goes on, none of us will be able to enter the pagoda. How about this? Let's work together and break open the door of the pagoda. After we enter the pagoda, we'll decide the victor. At this moment, a burly evil god tribe member stepped out and spoke. On the heaven realm side, many people looked at each other and asked for each other's opinion. I think it's feasible. If this goes on, it will only be a waste of time. It won't be too late to kill the other races after we enter the pagoda. A middle-aged man in blue robes said. This person was an expert from the Lan family. It was said that his cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star Great Emperor. He was one of the top experts in the Heaven Realm. I think it's feasible, too, another 3-star Great Emperor said. Soon, both sides came to an agreement. They were prepared to break open the door of the pagoda first. Both sides took a direction and started to attack from afar. Swish, swish, swish. Attacks broke through the void and blasted toward the door of the pagoda. There were a few hundred Great Emperors on both sides. When they attacked together, the momentum was extremely shocking. Hundreds of attacks blasted toward the door. However, when these attacks were about to land on the door lit up. Strange patterns appeared on it, forming a light barrier. Boom, boom. When those attacks landed on the light barrier, they were all blocked by it. The light barrier kept on vibrating, but it was not broken. Continue, someone shouted. Everyone continued to attack. On the evil god tribe side, almost all of them used their third eye to attack. Beams of destructive light turned into all kinds of weapons and beasts that pounced toward the door. On the Heaven Realm side, there were all kinds of magical skills. The great Tao intertwined, dazzling and colorful. All kinds of magical skills dazzled Lu Ming. That great array was absolutely shocking. With so many great emperors attacking it together, it actually did not break open in a short time. However, that light barrier was vibrating violently. It seemed like it would not be able to hold on for long. Crack! A short moment later, cracks began to appear on the light barrier. Numerous cracks began to appear on the light barrier. Boom! In the end, the light barrier exploded. Attacks landed on the door of the huge pagoda. Boom! 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 The door shook. However, the strange thing was that with so many attacks, the huge pagoda did not shake at all. It was as stable as a rock. Creak! Then, under the attacks of so many people, the door slowly opened. After a while, the door was completely open. However, behind the door was a blur. They could not see what was behind the door. Go in! Someone from the evil god tribe shouted and rushed in. Let's go in too. The people from the Heaven Realm shouted. They all soared into the air and rushed toward the door. Lu Ming and the others also blended into the crowd and rushed in. Hundreds of people rushed through the door in an instant. After Lu Ming and the others rushed through the door, they felt as if they had passed through a blurry wall. Then, they appeared in an empty space. Crack! After they entered, the door closed automatically. Chapter 2356. This place is, after everyone entered the huge pagoda, they were shocked when they saw what was in front of them. This was because the situation here was very different from what they had imagined. Originally, they thought that after entering the huge pagoda, they would arrive at the interior of the pagoda. But looking ahead, it was extremely spacious. In front of them, there were overlapping mountains. On top of the mountains, there were many huge palaces. This place did not look like the interior of a huge pagoda at all. Instead, it looked like a paradise. There is definitely a great opportunity here. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw that runes had appeared in the sky. Those runes were like runes, and they emitted a resplendent light. Then, a young man who looked to be in his teens appeared. There's actually someone here? No, this person is not a physical body. He is an illusory body. When this teenager appeared, many people were shocked, but they also discovered that this teenager was not a physical body and had no aura of life. Ha! No one has come in for so many years. Now that someone has finally come in, there is finally something fun to play with. The teenager opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming and the others. He seemed to be very excited. Who are you? Someone asked. Me? I am the spirit of this place. Didn't you notice that this place is enveloped by a large array? The teenager smiled. His eyes kept darting around as if he was more interested. Spirit of the array. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. They were very surprised. Only some very mysterious and powerful arrays could give birth to spirit of the array after a long period of time. The spirit of the array had spiritual intelligence and was no different from ordinary people. Let me tell you something. Once you enter this place, you won't be able to get out. The teenager continued to smile. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Won't be able to get out? What did that mean? What do you mean? An expert from the evil god tribe said with an ugly expression. If you can't get out, it means you can't get out. You will have to stay here for the rest of your lives. The teenager pursed his lips and explained again. I don't believe it. Since we can enter, we can also leave. As long as we break this large array, it will be fine. The 3-star martial emperor from the Lan family shouted. Many people's eyes lit up. That's right. If they could break through the large array to enter, they could also break through the large array to get out. Everyone, let's join forces to break through the large array and open that door. The 3-star martial emperor from the Lan family shouted. All right, let's go. The others responded. Boom, boom. On the heaven realm side, more than 100 great emperors attacked at once. Dazzling rays of light blasted towards the door. This time, there was also light circulating around the gate, and a screen of light appeared. All of the attacks landed on the light screen, but they were like mud in the sea. There was no movement at all, not even the slightest ripple. Everyone's expression turned unsightly. Previously, when they were outside, they could at least cause the light barrier to tremble violently when they struck the door. However, it was completely still now. Continue, the 3-star great sovereign of the Lan clan roared. Everyone continued to attack, but the result was the same. There was no impact at all. Everyone, let's attack together. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay here. Someone looked toward the expert from the evil god race. All right, let's attack together. The expert from the evil god race nodded. When facing such a situation, both sides had no choice but to join forces again. In the sky, the young man had a faint smile on his face as he watched calmly. There was a faint disdain on his face. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, the evil god race and the beings from the heaven realm attacked together. Their momentum was extremely shocking. However, the result was no different from before. Their attacks landed on the light screen. Not even the slightest ripple was created. Not even the slightest ripple was created. Continue, someone roared. They kept attacking, but it was useless. It's useless. Lu Ming's expression was also somewhat ugly as he stopped attacking. How can this be? Someone roared in disbelief. Just now, they had broken through the array formation outside, opened the door, and rushed in. Why couldn't they do it now? Let me tell you, just now you broke through the array formation outside on purpose. At that time, the array formation's power was only 1% of what it is now. The array formation here can't be broken without the cultivation of a heavenly emperor. The young man said indifferently. What? Only a heavenly emperor can break it? Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. I can't do it. Someone roared and rushed toward the door. However, halfway there, he was blocked by a layer of light screen. He kept attacking, but the terrifying energy blasted into the light screen and disappeared. Since attacking the door doesn't work, then attack this array spirit. Take it down and force it to open the door. Someone roared. That's right, take down this array spirit. Attack. Immediately, at least 100 experts rushed into the sky. There were beings from both the evil god race and the heaven realm. Lu Ming didn't move. He had an intuition in his heart that it wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, when the 100 experts approached the array spirit, lines appeared in the sky. A layer of light screen covered the array spirit. Over 100 experts attacked, all kinds of attacks bombarding the array spirit. However, the effect was the same as the previous attack on the door. All the attacks were blocked by the layer of light screen, not causing the slightest ripple. Damn it! Many people roared, but it was useless. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't attack the array spirit. It's useless. Give up. Without the cultivation of a heavenly emperor, you can't break this array at all. No one has come in for countless years. You guys can accompany me here in peace. Ha ha. The young man laughed loudly, extremely excited. After he gained sentience, no one had come in for countless years. He was lonely. Now that someone had come in, he was naturally excited. Are we really going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives? Some people were in despair. Only a heavenly emperor could break through. The entire Void Divine Island had a supreme pressure that prevented the heavenly emperor from entering. If the heavenly emperor couldn't enter, no one could save them. You guys don't have to think about other exits. There's only one exit here. The erased spirit laughed happily. It seemed that it found it interesting to see others in despair. Is there really no way to get out? Someone asked unwillingly. Of course, it's not that there's no way. Back then, my master, the person who set up this array, left a way out. At this time, the erased spirit thought for a while and said. Everyone was ecstatic. What way out? Someone asked excitedly. As long as there was a way out, there was hope to get out. As long as there was hope, there would always be a way out. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man, waiting for his answer. Chapter 2357. Let me tell you, back then, Master left 8 array discs here. As long as you find the 8 array discs, you can open this door. The young array spirit said, 8 array discs? May I ask where the 8 array discs are? Someone asked. In this mountain and river, in this palace. The young man pointed to the mountains in front of him and said, there might be array discs in all these places. Moreover, the 8 array discs are in different positions. All right, we'll find these array discs now. Someone said, although this place was vast, it shouldn't be difficult to find the 8 array discs. Wait a minute, don't be anxious. I still have a condition. The array spirit's gaze turned and swept across the people from the evil god tribe and heaven realm. You people should be divided into 2 factions. My condition is that only one of you can leave. In other words, only one of you can leave this place alive and gather all 8 array discs. After saying that, the array spirit smiled happily as if he was looking forward to it. Only one faction can leave this place alive. Many people were shocked. Boom, boom. At this moment, everyone erupted with shocking aura and killing intent as they looked at each other. Great, kill all these heaven realm beings, and we can leave this place. Someone from the evil god tribe said ferociously, kill us all? You are the ones who will die. On the heaven realm side, there are also people with cold killing intent. The 2 sides were originally mortal enemies. Now that the array spirit had set such a condition, the scene could be imagined. Instantly, the atmosphere was tense. Kill. You are the one who will die. The people who were closest to each other suddenly attacked each other and started killing each other. This was like a fuse that instantly lit up the entire place. Kill the evil god tribe. Kill all these heaven realm bastards. The people from both sides charged together and engaged in an intense battle. The scene was constantly rumbling. In the next moment, someone screamed and was killed here. Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua were also fighting with a few evil god tribe members. However, Lu Ming did not unleash his full strength. He realized that the combat strength of both sides was not much different. They should not fight to the death now. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, both sides lost more than a dozen people, and the experts on both sides retreated and started to confront each other. There was not much difference in strength between the 2 sides. If they continued to fight, it was likely that both sides would be injured. At that time, no one would be able to leave. Both sides faced each other, swords drawn and bows bent. In my opinion, we should go and look for the disc array first. There must be some opportunities in this place. While looking for the disc array, we should also look for opportunities to hunt down the aliens and weaken their strength. Then we can wipe them all out. That's right. I think it's doable too. If we encounter any fortuitous encounter, it can also increase our strength. By then, it will be much easier to kill the non-human kind. Some people were discussing in secret. In the end, the heaven realm reached an agreement. However, the evil god tribe seemed to have similar thoughts. After the 2 sides faced each other for a while, they retreated. Go! In the end, the people of the evil god race headed to the right, rushing towards the mountain range and the palace. Let's go too. The people from the heaven realm rushed to the right. I hope you guys have fun. In the sky, the young array spirit showed an expectant smile and disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming and the others flew for a while. Wait a minute. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone stopped and looked at the person who had just spoken. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The person who had asked everyone to stop was the 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family. Brother Lan, why did you ask us to stop? Someone asked. There are some people among us who are not qualified to walk with us. The middle-aged 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family said coldly, looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The faces of Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua darkened. The others also looked at Lu Ming and the others, revealing a look of realization. The grudge between Lu Ming and the Lan family had spread like wildfire in the Heaven Realm. Not many people did not know about it. Now, the Lan family was going to make things difficult. Lu Ming, you guys can leave. You are not welcome here. The middle-aged man from the Lan family said coldly. At the side, Lan Jie sneered and stared coldly at Lu Ming. The Lan family did not dare to kill Lu Ming openly because there were too many heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming. If word got out, the Lan family would not be able to handle it. However, they only asked Lu Ming to leave. This way, the heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming could not say anything. Now, the Heaven Realm beings and the evil god tribe would not rest until one of them was dead. Lu Ming and the others were separated from the main group. Once they encountered the evil god tribe would definitely not let them go. They would kill them and weaken the Heaven Realm strength. This was the Lan family's plan. Let us leave. There are so many people here. Your Lan family does not have the final say. Emperor Wuxia replied. Oh, is that so? The 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family sneered. He then looked at the others and said, Everyone, do you want to work with Lu Ming or my Lan family? If you want to work with Lu Ming, please go ahead. My Lan family will not accompany you. After saying that, a group of people stood beside the 3-star Great Emperor of the Lan family. There were more than 10 of them. These people were from the Lan family's headquarters. There were also people like the Yin family who had a good relationship with the Lan family. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, many people's eyes lit up. I am willing to work with the Lan family. Of course, I am willing to work with Brother Lan. Soon, some people walked toward the Lan family with smiles on their faces. This area was the periphery of the Void Sacred Island. Those who were active were all low-level Great Emperors. High-level Great Emperors who were 4-star and above had already entered the depths of the Void Sacred Island to look for better opportunities. This time, the people who had entered the array had the highest cultivation base. They were all 3-star Great Emperors. Among them, there were not many 3-star Great Emperors. Every single one of them was the strongest among them. Every single one of them would be crucial to the fight for the array disc and the hunt for the evil god tribe. One had to know that the evil god tribe also had a few 3-star Great Emperors. Without a 3-star Great Emperor, they would not be able to contend against the evil god tribe. The 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family was almost at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperors. His battle strength was extremely shocking. Working with Lu Ming? What a joke. Was he courting death? Now, they naturally chose to work with the Lan family. In their minds, Lu Ming was only a true emperor. Although his battle strength was shocking, he was at most equivalent to a 1-star Great Emperor. He would not affect the overall situation. The beings from the Heaven Domain stood beside the Lan family. Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxia, and the other two were slowly isolated. The middle-aged man from the Lan family, Lan Jie, and the others smiled. Lu Ming had left the group and was killed by the evil god tribe. They cannot be blamed for this. Chapter 2358. Despicable. Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua had ugly expressions. It doesn't matter. Since they don't welcome us, let's go. Lu Ming was very straightforward. He turned around and left. Emperor Wuxia and the other two followed behind Lu Ming. I hope the evil god tribe kills him. The middle-aged man from the Lan family sneered. His name was Lan Kong, and he was one of Blue Cloud's uncles. In the past, Lu Ming had humiliated the Lan family in public and even killed Blue Cloud. Many people in the Lan family hated Lu Ming. Lan Kong was even more so. If it weren't for the heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming, he would have killed Lu Ming personally. Let's go. After Lu Ming and the others left, the people for the heaven world flew toward the mountain range. Lu Ming and the others did not fly, but walked on the ground. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. They took out some origin stones and started refining them to recover. They had just experienced a great battle and needed time to recover. Soon, they were fully recovered. Lu Ming, what are your plans? Emperor Wuxia asked. This area should be the cave of an expert. There might be some opportunities left behind. Wouldn't it be a pity if we miss it? Lu Ming said with a smile. So what if they left the group? Lu Ming was not worried. His current battle strength was enough to kill a 2-star great emperor. With the indestructible ancient scripture's powerful recovery ability, he was not afraid even if he faced a 3-star great emperor. Immediately, the group of 4 charged towards the palaces in the mountain range. Soon, they arrived at a mountain peak. There was a palace on this mountain peak. However, there were figures flickering in the palace. They were the other living beings of the heaven world. It was obvious that this place had been occupied. Lu Ming and the others left the place and went in another direction. This region was extremely vast, stretching as far as the eye could see, vast and boundless. Soon after, they arrived at another mountain peak with a palace, which was also occupied by someone else. The 4 of them didn't stop and continued forward. Slowly, they deviated from their original direction and moved closer to the left. There's someone ahead. After a while, Lu Ming muttered to himself as he noticed some movement up ahead. They found a secluded place and looked forward. Up ahead, there was a cliff. It looked very ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary. However, at this moment, there were a few members of the evil god clan wandering around the bottom of the cliff, patrolling the area. Is there something wrong here? Lu Ming's group of 4 was startled. Then, they began to observe patiently. At the foot of the broken cliff, a total of 4 people from the evil god race were searching continuously. Are you sure there are treasures here? A member of the evil god race asked with some uncertainty. It shouldn't be wrong. I can sense that there's something incredible here. Let's keep looking. There must be something fishy. An evil god race member with 4 arms spoke. His figure was nimble, flickering incessantly below the cliff. Found it. Suddenly, the evil god race member with 4 arms exclaimed in surprise. He lay on the cliff and pointed his finger continuously. Beams of light entered the stone wall. Gotcha! All of a sudden, the stone wall cracked open, and a crack appeared in it. Haha, it appeared! The evil god race members were overjoyed. In the distance, the eyes of Lu Ming's group also lit up. They didn't expect that an ordinary cliff would have another world. This place was so secretive. There might really be treasures inside. There are 4 evil god race members and only 1 2-star great emperor. We can easily deal with them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Emperor Wuxia and the other 2. The 3 of them nodded, and a glint flashed in their eyes. Then, the 4 of them retracted their auras and ran along the ground toward the cliff. In a few breaths' time, the 4 of them were close to the cliff. Who's there? When they were close, a member of the evil god race discovered them and immediately shouted. Swish! Lu Ming directly made his move and charged toward that 2-star great emperor. As for Emperor Wuxia and the other 2, they also charged toward the other 3 members of the evil god race. It was 4 against 4. Human, you're courting death. That 2-star great emperor had 4 arms, and 4 sharp blades appeared on his 4 arms. His figure flashed, and his speed was shocking. The 4 sharp blades slashed toward Lu Ming. Swish! 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 For sharp blades slashed toward Lu Ming's 4 vital points with shocking speed. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated. In an instant, the frequency of the vibrations exceeded 1 billion times. The super strong vibrations burst forth with terrifying power. The void exploded, and endless void storms swept in all directions. The sharp blades of the evil god race member were directly destroyed. Boom! Then, Lu Ming punched out. The fist force crushed through, and that evil god race member groaned. His body flew out like a cannonball, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. He was severely injured in one move. Not good, Run. That evil god race member knew that he had met an opponent he couldn't defeat. He shouted and wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming was faster than him. In a flash, he caught up to him. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched out continuously. 11 types of light flashed on his body. 11 types of laws erupted at the same time. The evil god race member couldn't resist at all. He was directly crushed by Lu Ming's fist force. With a miserable cry, his body was torn into pieces. After killing this evil god race member, Lu Ming didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward the other 3 evil god race members. Those 3 evil god race members were only 1-star great emperors. The difference between them and Lu Ming was too great. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Lu Ming killed them all with one punch. After killing the 4 evil god race members, Lu Ming stored their corpses in his small world. Then, the 4 of them came before the crack. There seemed to be a tunnel behind the crack. The 4 of them didn't hesitate and enter the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't very long. It was only a few thousand meters long. After passing through the tunnel opened up. In front of him was a huge stone chamber. However, this stone chamber was completely empty. There was nothing inside. There's an entrance there. Lu Ming looked ahead. Inside the stone chamber, there was a stone door that was half open. The 4 of them walked over and discovered that there was a stone staircase behind the stone door. It was slanted downwards. The 4 of them walked down the stone staircase. Soon, they arrived at a huge underground secret room. This secret room was also very spacious. There were only 2 metal boxes in the middle of the secret room. Their eyes lit up. The 4 of them carefully approached the metal boxes, worried that there was a formation on them. However, when the 4 of them approached, they didn't find anything strange. Lu Ming took the lead. He arrived at one of the metal boxes and opened it. Immediately, he discovered many rings inside. There were a total of 9 storage rings. Lu Ming picked one up and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He was immediately overjoyed. Origin stones. The storage ring was filled with origin stones. Furthermore, they were all peak-grade origin stones. He didn't know how many there were. Then, Lu Ming picked up another storage ring. He discovered that it was also filled with origin stones. Furthermore, they were all peak-grade origin stones. Chapter 2359. Afterward, Lu Ming looked at the 8 storage rings. They were all primordial stones, and they were all supreme-grade primordial stones. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed. Supreme-grade origin stones were useful even to great emperors and heavenly emperors. Absorbing the origin chi from the origin stones could help one condense a small world and strengthen one's world energy. However, it wasn't as fast as chaos stones or primordial stones. What's inside? Emperor Wuxia and the others were also looking forward to it. Origin stones, they're all origin stones. Lu Ming handed the 8 storage rings to Emperor Wuxia and the others. They were overjoyed when they saw the contents. With so many origin stones, even if they were great emperors, they would be able to use them for a long time. Lu Ming picked up the 9th storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. The 9th storage ring wasn't filled with origin stones, but chaos stones and primordial stones. The 9th storage ring was filled with chaos stones and primordial stones. Moreover, there were so many of them. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. There were no less than 10,000 chaos stones and primordial stones. What did 10,000 chaos stones mean? Back when the Lan family held a banquet and offered 100 chaos stones as a reward, it shocked the entire heavenly domain. All the geniuses gathered. Lin Xiaofeng, who was originally the first place of the 9 absolutes, also went to the Lan family for 100 chaos stones. If 100 chaos gems had such a value, wouldn't 10,000 chaos gems cause a stir if word got out? Although primordial stones weren't as effective as chaos stones, 3 primordial stones were equivalent to 2 chaos stones. There were about 10,000 chaos stones in each storage ring. One had to know that chaos stones and primordial stones were products of the beginning of the world. They were irreplaceable treasures. Every time one was used, there would be one less. After countless years, chaos stones and primordial stones had become very scarce. However, there were 10,000 chaos stones in each storage ring. This was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Seeing Lu Ming in a daze, Emperor Wuxia and the others were curious. After a long while, Lu Ming finally recovered. He handed the storage ring over to Emperor Wuxia to take a look. Emperor Wuxia and the others were petrified when they saw the contents. After a long while, the three of them finally reacted. Their eyes widened in surprise. Then, the four of them looked at the other big box. There were already so many treasures in one chest. What kind of treasures would the other chest contain? They were all filled with anticipation. Lu Ming walked over and opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a bright light shone from within. Following that, balls of light rushed out from the box. What is it? Lu Ming was startled. He quickly retreated and looked at the balls of light. There were a total of 36 balls of light. Within each ball of light, there was an object that looked like a piece of glass. It emitted a brilliant and mysterious aura. The aura of the great Tao. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could sense the aura of the great Tao from each of the balls of light. It was very similar to the aura of the martial monarch realm. It's a great Tao fragment. It's really a great Tao fragment. Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua shouted excitedly. Great Tao fragment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Martial monarchs comprehended the great Tao. Great Tao fragments could be refined by martial monarchs to increase their comprehension of the great Tao. It could even help them break through their bottlenecks. However, great Tao fragments were extremely rare. Theoretically speaking, there was a chance that a great Tao fragment would appear after a martial monarch was killed. However, the probability was extremely low. Also, it was possible for a heavenly emperor to nurture a great Tao fragment. There were even invincible figures who could refine great Tao fragments from the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, such items were in short supply. Once a great Tao fragment appeared, it would be snatched up by martial monarchs. Great Tao fragments were priceless treasures to martial monarchs. Whoosh, whoosh. 36 balls of light flew in the sky. Some of them even flew towards the exit. Quick, don't let the great Tao fragments fly away. Martial monarch Wuxia shouted as he flew towards the great Tao fragments. At the same time, Lu Ming, martial monarch Wuxia, and martial monarch Wuxia also moved. Their figures flickered as they pounced towards the great Tao fragments. Lu Ming was extremely fast. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm condensed from the great Tao fragments. It grabbed a great Tao fragment and put it away in a storage ring. Then it flew towards the other great Tao fragments. The four of them acted together. In less than a minute, the 36 great Tao fragments were collected by the four of them. Ha ha! Martial monarch Wuxia and the others laughed. The harvest this time was too great. A large number of supreme-grade origin stones, more than 10,000 chaos stones and primordial stones, and 36 great Tao fragments. If others knew about this, it would probably cause a commotion and lead to a bloody fight. A great opportunity. This was truly a great opportunity. This place was so secretive. There were indeed many treasures. Then, the four of them searched the place again and confirmed that there were no other treasures. Let's leave this place first, martial monarch Wuxia said. The others nodded and walked towards the exit. Through the passage, they arrived outside the cliff. However, as soon as they arrived outside, their expressions changed. Because there were people outside. Xianxia. Lu Ming saw Xianxia at a glance. There were 6 other people. Including Xianxia, there were a total of 7 people. Lu Ming. Xianxia also saw Lu Ming immediately. The 7 of them stared at Lu Ming and the others with burning eyes. Lu Ming, What did you get in there? Hand it over. Xianxia shouted, his eyes flickering with a cold light. We didn't get anything in there. Lu Ming replied casually. You didn't get anything? Do you think I'm an idiot? This place is so secretive. There must be treasures. Give us your storage rings and open your small world for us to search. I don't believe there are no treasures. Xianxia said coldly. Are you an idiot? Lu Ming glanced at Xianxia indifferently and said coldly. Also, who do you think you are? Even if there are treasures in there, why should I let you search? Lu Ming, you... Xianxia's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, Today, even if you don't want us to search, we have to. You don't have a choice. Boom, boom. Beside Xianxia, powerful auras burst out from the other 6 people. Powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. 2 2-star Great Emperors and the rest are 1-star Great Emperors. Lu Ming instantly judged the other party's strength, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No wonder Xianxia was so confident. The 2 2-star Great Emperors were indeed powerful. In Xianxia's opinion, they were enough to crush Lu Ming. Chapter 2360. The 7 of them unleashed their auras at the same time. The pressure of the Great Emperor realm surged towards Lu Ming's group like a storm, especially the 2 2-star Great Emperors. Their auras were even more terrifying. Wuxia, Hun Tian, and Heavenly Fire Emperor shuddered and took 2 steps back. Lu Ming, surrender and hand over your interspatial ring. Xianxia sneered. Come and get it yourself if you dare. Lu Ming said indifferently. Facing the 7 experts, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. Stubborn fool. Attack and cripple him. Xianxia said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. If he attacked, with the help of 1 or 2 people, he could take down Lu Ming in a few moves. He charged towards Lu Ming, but in the next moment, his pupils shrank because Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. How can he be so fast? Not good. This was the only thought that flashed through Xianxia's mind. He wanted to retaliate, but it was too late. He saw Lu Ming's palm enlarging rapidly in front of his eyes and then pressing on his face. A terrifying force surged from Lu Ming's palm. Xianxia could not resist this force at all. He even heard the sound of his neck breaking. Boom! Lu Ming's palm pressed on Xianxia's face and slammed him into the ground. A huge boom rang out, and the ground shook. A huge crater appeared in the ground, and Xianxia lay there, twitching and coughing up blood. His bones were all broken. He was not dead yet, but his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. How long had it been since the last time he fought with Lu Ming? Last time, Lu Ming was barely able to defeat him. In terms of fighting ability, Lu Ming was not stronger than him. In the end, Lu Ming was able to win because of the indestructible ancient scripture. But now, in front of Lu Ming, he had no power to fight back. He was even weaker than a baby and was pressed to the ground by Lu Ming. The remaining 6 people were also shocked. Let's deal with him together. A 2-star Great Sovereign yelled. The 2 2-star Great Emperors dashed toward Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming had beaten Lan Film half to death in one move. This kind of combat strength made them tremble with fear. They decided to join forces to take down Lu Ming. Just in time, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, and 11 types of laws radiated from his body. His muscles twitched, and he charged at the other party. These are 11 types of laws, 5 of which are the strongest laws. When the 2 2-star Great Emperors saw the radiance on Lu Ming's body, their hearts shook violently, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Boom! Boom! While the 2 of them were shocked, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Lu Ming's fist force was like a storm, blasting towards the 2 of them. The terrifying fist force made it hard for the 2 of them to breathe. The 2 of them roared and attacked with all their might. The aura of the great Tao filled the air as they executed their divine skills to fight against Lu Ming. After a series of deafening booms, the 2 figures were forced to retreat. They were 2 2-star Great Emperors. At this moment, the two of them were shocked. They felt like the bones in their arms were about to crack. Lu Ming's attack was shockingly powerful. Even when the two of them joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage. Boom! Boom! After Lu Ming repelled the two of them, he did not give them any chance to take a breather as he continued to attack. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about his own defense at all as he attacked with all his might. This allowed Lu Ming to unleash his full combat strength. The two-star Great Emperors attacked with all their might, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Every time they clashed with him, their bodies would tremble violently and they would retreat continuously. Their blood and qi were in turmoil, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. They were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was almost on par with a 3-star Great Emperor. If they were alone, they would have been defeated long ago. Go down! Lu Ming roared and charged towards one of the 2-star Great Emperors, ignoring the other's attack. Bam! Bam! Two clashing sounds could be heard. One of the 2-star Great Emperor's attacks had struck Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's attack had struck the other 2-star Great Emperor. The 2-star Great Emperor that had been struck by Lu Ming let out a cry as his body was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the cliff. He spat out mouthfuls of blood as his chest was pierced through. He was severely injured. As for Lu Ming, although he was also sent flying, he only spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his aura was still strong, and he was not seriously injured. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned around and swept his leg out like a steel whip, hitting the 2-star Great Emperor behind him. The man's body was sent flying like a cannonball as he was severely injured. The two 2-star Great Emperors had only exchanged a few blows with Lu Ming before they were severely injured by Lu Ming. The remaining 1-star Great Emperor, who was fighting with Emperor Wuxia and the other two, was greatly shocked and quickly retreated. The one who was most shocked was none other than Lan Jin. His eyes were wide open as he was almost scared to death. Two 2-star Great Emperors were severely injured by Lu Ming in an instant. What kind of strength did Lu Ming have? How could he improve so quickly? Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across Lan Jin, causing him to tremble and his face to turn pale. Spare me, spare me. Lan Jin actually struggled to kneel down and begged Lu Ming for mercy. It was rare for a great emperor like him to kneel down and beg for mercy from a junior. I'll spare your lives this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he left with Emperor Wuxia and the other two in a flash. It was not that he was merciful, but their biggest opponent in this formation was the evil god tribe. If they killed Lan Jin and the others, it would weaken the strength of the Heaven Realm, which was disadvantageous to them. However, if they were to push their luck, he would not show any mercy. Lu Ming and the group of 4 left this place and headed to the right, arriving at a relatively remote mountain peak. The 4 of them opened up a cave, sealed the entrance, and entered. Then they took out all the origin stones, chaos stones, primordial stones, and great Tao fragments. Lu Ming, take these chaos stones and primordial stones. They'll be of great use to you. Emperor Wuxia handed the storage ring with the chaos stones and primordial stones to Lu Ming. How can this be? We got these things together. We should split them equally. Lu Ming said. No, Lu Ming. Without you, how could the 3 of us have gotten such a great opportunity? Moreover, we're old and have limited potential. It's a waste to take up such a large amount of resources. We'll only be able to make the most of them if we leave them to you. We'll just take a few great Tao fragments. Emperor Hun Tian said. The great Tao fragments are of no use to me for the time being. They're useful to the 3 deans. Take them. Lu Ming pushed 30 great Tao fragments to Emperor Wuxia and the other 2. However, Emperor Wuxia and the other 2 shook their heads. The 3 of them took 18 great Tao fragments and gave the remaining great Tao fragments to Lu Ming. As for the 8 origin stones in the storage rings, the 3 of them took 1 each. The remaining 5 were all given to Lu Ming. Chapter 2361. Then Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua planned to go into seclusion to refine the great Tao fragments to see if they could break through the bottleneck. Lu Ming also went into seclusion to comprehend the laws. Anyway, the 8 array discs were not that easy to obtain. Moreover, only one side could lead between the heavenly realm and the evil god tribe. When the time came, both sides would definitely kill each other. Then let them fight. Right now, improving their strength was the way to go. Without strength, if the heavenly realm won, it would be fine. If the evil god tribe won, they would definitely be killed. At that time, they would be at the mercy of others. Lu Ming's physical body had just broken through not long ago. With the help of liquid fire, he had reached the peak of the early 5th level. It was impossible for him to break through again in a short period of time. If he wanted to improve his strength now, he could only comprehend the laws. Lu Ming comprehended the strongest laws. Every time he comprehended a new law, he would connect it with other laws. His combat strength would definitely increase. The 4 of them sat in 4 different directions and began to cultivate. Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Tianhua, and Emperor Hun Tian each took out a great Tao fragment and refined it. It was not that easy to refine a great Tao fragment. It would take a long time. As for Lu Ming, he comprehended the laws in peace. Now, his main goal was the reincarnation laws and primordial laws. He planned to cultivate these 2 laws to the 3rd level first before comprehending the other laws. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Comprehending the laws here was very fast. Even without going through a life-and-death battle, Lu Ming still broke through to the 3rd level of the primordial laws. Moreover, it perfectly merged with the original 9 laws to form a divine ability. As for the reincarnation laws, it had also reached the limit of the 2nd level. However, Emperor Wuxia and the other 2 were still refining the great Tao fragments. They had already refined 1 great Tao fragment and were now refining the 2nd one. Let's go out and see what's going on outside. Lu Ming pondered. He did not know what the situation outside was like in half a year. Had the 8 array discs been found? Immediately, Lu Ming left the cave and headed outside. Boom! Not long after leaving the cave, Lu Ming saw people fighting. It was the heavenly realm beings and the evil god tribe. There were more than a dozen people, and both sides were constantly attacking each other. Could it be that the 8 formation plates had been found? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Once the 8 array discs were found, the 2 sides would definitely engage in a decisive battle. After observing for a while, Lu Ming discovered that this was not the case. Instead, the 2 sides were fighting over a palace. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and used the divine breathing technique to completely retract his aura, making him look like a rock. Then, Lu Ming's body sank into the ground and quietly moved towards the palace. No one noticed that Lu Ming had successfully entered the palace without making a sound. Unfortunately, this palace did not have any treasures. Lu Ming searched around, but did not find anything. It seemed that the treasures they obtained last time were really something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. In the last room of the palace, Lu Ming made a discovery. A ball of light floated in the air. Within the ball of light, there was a disc array floating, emitting a dusky glow. Disc array. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Could the disc array that the formation spirit was talking about be this disc array? Lu Ming waved his hand, and the power of law condensed into a large hand. With a grab, he grabbed the disc array in his hand. The disc array was very ancient and had gone through countless years. There were 8 pits on it. At this moment, 5 of the 8 pits were shining. Congratulations, you've obtained a disc array. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, a young man appeared. It was the formation spirit. Now, you found 5 disc arrays. There are 3 more left. Keep up the good work. I'll remind you again that only one of you can leave. I'll look forward to your performance. After saying that, the formation spirit's figure disappeared. 5 disc arrays appeared. In that case, the 5 shining pits on the disc array are the number of disc arrays that have been found. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then, he put away the disc array. Lu Ming continued to retract his aura and left the palace. Outside, the people from both sides were still fighting. Lu Ming left quietly again. Following that, Lu Ming walked around outside and did not gain anything. Lu Ming returned to his previous place of seclusion. Now that he had a disc array in his hand, he was much more at ease. In any case, even if the other 7 disc arrays appeared, the others could not leave without the disc array in his hand. He could cultivate in seclusion and peace. Returning to his place of seclusion, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the laws in seclusion. Lu Ming did not comprehend new laws. Instead, he focused on comprehending the reincarnation laws. At the same time, he constantly explored divine power techniques. His divine power techniques were all self-created. Therefore, every time he comprehended a new type, his divine power techniques had to be sorted out and explored again. Only through continuous exploration could his Abhijna technique continue to become more refined and more powerful. Time passed quickly. Another half a year passed. Lu Ming had been in the Void Sacred Island for more than 2 years. At this time, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the reincarnation laws to the 3rd level. Moreover, it complemented the other laws well and formed a new divine power technique. It was a divine ability formed from 5 supreme laws and 6 monarch laws. Once he attacked, the divine power technique formed by 11 intertwined laws exploded. Its power was shocking. There was no doubt that Lu Ming's battle strength had increased a little. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, even if he encountered a 3-star Great Emperor, he would not be afraid. He was confident that he could fight. It was worth mentioning that after Emperor Wuxia and the other 2 had refined 3 Great Tao fragments, their cultivation had broken through to the 2nd-star Great Emperor realm. The 3 of them had been stuck at the 1-star Great Emperor realm for a long time. Now that they had broken through to the 2nd-star Great Emperor realm, their strength had improved greatly. In addition to Lu Ming's battle strength, the 4 of them were considered to be quite strong. Congratulations to the 3 deans, Lu Ming said with a smile. Haha, luck. However, it will be difficult for us to break through to the 3-star Great Emperor realm. Our talents are limited. Even with the Great Tao fragments, it won't be that easy. Emperor Wuxia laughed heartily. The bottleneck that had not loosened for many years had broken through. Naturally, he was in a good mood. The 3 of them chatted for a while and decided to go out and take a look. There were already 7 formation plates. As long as the 8th formation plate appeared, there would be a fierce battle between the 2 sides. Moreover, Lu Ming and the other 3's strength had increased greatly. They wanted to go out and try their luck to see if they could obtain more opportunities. The 4 of them came out of seclusion and headed towards the depths of the region. Soon, they made a discovery. This was because they realized that there were people heading towards the depths of the region. The crowd is gathering. There must be a great discovery ahead. Emperor Wuxia said, "Let's go and take a look." Chapter 2362. They secretly followed a few people and headed deeper. After flying past a large number of mountain peaks, they arrived at a plain. On this plain, a huge pit had been dug out. Within the pit, there was actually a huge palace. This was a palace buried underground, and it had been discovered by someone. The door of the palace was open, and a few people in front flew indirectly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not far away, a few more figures flew over. They were from the Evil God tribe. The few Evil God tribe members coldly glanced at Lu Ming and the others, but they did not make a move. They also rushed into the door of the palace. It seems that this underground palace is very impressive. It has attracted experts from both sides. Emperor Wuxia said. The others nodded. They had been trapped in this array for a year, and 7 array discs had been found. They had probably searched every corner that could be searched. It was very likely that the last disc array was in this underground palace. Moreover, this palace was hidden deep underground. Perhaps it contained a great opportunity. Let's go in and take a look, Emperor Heavenly Fire said. Let's go, Lu Ming said, and flew toward the door of the palace. Behind the door was a huge passageway that extended forward. The moment they flew in, they saw light shining in front of them. The few evil god tribe members who had flown in earlier were being attacked. The walls on both sides of the passageway were shining, and mysterious runes appeared. They condensed into beams of light that attacked the few evil god tribe members. The few evil god tribe members tried their best to resist. As they resisted, they moved forward. "There's a formation here," Lu Ming reminded them. The four of them were on full alert. When they entered the passageway, resplendent beams of light burst out from the walls on both sides of the passageway, blasting toward them. These beams of light were like beams of divine light, and their power was astonishing. The four of them set up layers of defense on their bodies to block these beams of light. Fortunately, although these beams of light were strong and were a threat to one-star great emperors, they were not much of a threat to them. The four of them moved forward quickly, heading deeper into the passageway. When the few evil god tribe members in front saw how fast Lu Ming and the others were moving, their countenances changed drastically. They unleashed their full strength, wanting to quickly pass through the passageway, afraid that Lu Ming and the others would catch up to them. However, there were a total of 3 of them. 2 of them were 2-star great emperors, and the other was a 1-star great emperor. Their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming and the rest. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming and the rest caught up with them. "Kill," Lu Ming coldly spoke. When encountering the evil god race, there was nothing much to say. There was only killing. "You're the one who will die." A 2-star emperor from the evil god tribe roared and charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's current combat prowess was no weaker than a 3-star martial emperor. How strong was he? After one move, the evil god tribe member was sent flying while vomiting blood. Next, Lu Ming stepped forward and killed this evil god race member with a single move. As for Emperor Wuxia and the other 2, they had also forced the remaining 2 evil god tribe members into a precarious situation. Lu Ming turned around and charged back. The remaining 2 evil god tribe members were easily dealt with by them. After packing up, the 4 of them continued forward. This time, they passed through the passage in less than a few minutes. After the passage, there were many corridors. There were a total of 6 corridors that led in different directions. Lu Ming's group randomly chose a corridor and charged forward. Not long after, it discovered some rooms. However, these rooms were all empty. They had been emptied. Lu Ming's group understood that they had come late. Most likely, many people had already entered. Then, they came across a few more rooms, all of which were emptied out. Immediately, they didn't stop and rushed forward with all their might. Suddenly, they heard an incomparably mournful scream. The 4's expressions changed. Someone had been killed. The 4 of them hurriedly retracted their auras and continued forward. Boom! Boom! In front of them, there were intense explosions. Scram! Kill! Angry roars could be heard as well. Lu Ming's group passed through a corridor and arrived at a spacious hall. They discovered that a group of people were being surrounded. There were evil god tribe members and also heaven realm beings. The 2 sides didn't attack each other because they had a common enemy. In the hall, streaks of black light flickered continuously. Their speed was extremely shocking. This was a type of bat. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was made of black iron. However, its eyes were completely red like blood. The enemy of the evil god tribe and heaven realm beings was this type of bat. In the hall, there were already some corpses of the evil god tribe and heaven realm beings lying there. Moreover, each corpse was shriveled, as if their blood had been devoured. Buzz, buzz, a strange fluctuation spread over, causing Lu Ming's, Emperor Wuxia's, and the others' expressions to change. "It's a sound wave attack. Be careful," Emperor Wuxia warned. The few of them hurriedly activated their skills to defend against the invisible wave. The invisible wave was very terrifying. Once hit, it would directly attack one's soul, causing one to feel dizzy. Clearly, many people had been hit. After being attacked by these bats, they felt dizzy and didn't have the strength to fight back. They were directly attacked by these bats and died on the spot. Swoosh, swoosh. There were dozens of black bats moving freely in the hall. The evil god tribe and heaven realm beings were blocked here. They couldn't move forward at all. It was even dangerous for them to protect themselves. On the opposite side of the hall, there was a door that seemed to be able to move forward. "Let's rush over," Lu Ming said, and rushed forward with Emperor Wuxia and the other two. Instantly, a few black bats stared at them. Their blood-red eyes swept over them and flew towards them. Buzz, buzz, that formless fluctuation rushed towards them. Lu Ming controlled the laws. 11 types of laws covered his entire body, especially his ears, where the defense was the strongest. However, even so, Lu Ming could feel the power of the laws shaking. Nevertheless, he managed to block it. As for Emperor Wuxiang and the other two, it wasn't so easy. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces turned slightly pale. Swoosh! Swoosh! A few bats pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. "Die!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped forward and punched out a few times. Boom! Boom! The void shook violently. The invisible wave was directly destroyed by Lu Ming's fist force. The terrifying fist force crushed the bats, and their bodies exploded. "Let's go!" Lu Ming took the lead and rushed forward. Emperor Wuxiang and the others followed behind Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's cultivation and his powerful physical body, his defense was astonishing. Even the sound wave attack of the bats couldn't hurt him. With Lu Ming in the lead, the four of them rushed forward like a pair of scissors. On the way, Lu Ming killed a few more bats. That's Lu Ming. He's actually so powerful. Someone recognized Lu Ming and was shocked. "Lu Ming, help us!" Someone shouted and looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. He Chapter 2363. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. Now that these people were in trouble and in danger, they thought of Lu Ming, asking Lu Ming to save them. Back then, when the Lan family wanted to chase Lu Ming away, why didn't these people come out to speak up for Lu Ming and even stood on the Lan family side? Wasn't it because they looked down on Lu Ming and felt that Lu Ming's strength was low? Now, seeing that Lu Ming's strength was strong, they wanted to ask Lu Ming to save them. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Lu Ming's group of four kept moving forward, rushing behind the door opposite the main hall. Entering the door, there's also a corridor that led all the way to the depths ahead. Not long after they moved forward, their expressions changed because there was also a corpse lying there in the corridor. Its body was shriveled, clearly killed by those bats. The four of them didn't dare to be careless and focused on defense. Swoosh! Suddenly, a few black shadows rushed out from under the corpse, charging towards Lu Ming and the rest. It was those black bats. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out a few punches consecutively, killing a few bats. They continued forward. Sure enough, along the way, they would be attacked by those bats from time to time. However, with Lu Ming opening the way, they still moved forward without any danger. Along the way, they would occasionally see corpses that had fallen here, with the heavenly realm's creatures and also those of the evil god tribe. This palace was very large. They bypassed a few corridors and passed through countless rooms. Finally, they arrived at a huge hall. There was no one in the hall. It seemed that they were the first to arrive at this hall. In midair of the hall, there was a light screen. It was circular, like a bubble, suspended in midair. When Lu Ming's group of four saw the things inside the light screen, their eyes went wide. Great Tao fragments. In the light screen, there were all Great Tao fragments, and the number was astonishing. There were at least dozens of pieces. It was more than what they got last time. The eyes of the four immediately burned with passion. The Great Tao fragment was a priceless treasure in the outside world. Any great emperor will be tempted by it. To a great emperor, there is nothing more precious than the Great Tao fragment. Great Emperor Wuxiang, Heavenly Fire Great Emperor, and Chaos Heaven Great Emperor have been trapped in the one-star Great Emperor realm for a long time. But after refining 3 Great Tao fragments, their cultivation levels had broken through. One could imagine how precious Great Tao fragments were. One had to know that great emperors also faced heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation occurred once every 300,000 years. It was normal for many great emperors to not make any progress in their cultivation after 300,000 years. There was no progress in his cultivation, but the heavenly tribulation would only get stronger. If that was the case, he would die under the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. However, with the great path fragments, their cultivation could increase. This way, it would be much easier to deal with the heavenly tribulation. Hurry! As his great emperor of ESBS, they had to get ahead of others and take away all these grand Tao fragments. Otherwise, they would have to experience a period of slaughter. Lu Ming's was the fastest. In an instant, he was close to the light screen. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the light screen. However, when Lu Ming's hand touched the light screen, it was like an iron wall. It was extremely hard and blocked Lu Ming's hand. It's so hard. Lu Ming's face changed. He unleashed all his strength and the power of law and punched the light screen. Boom! The light screen shook violently, but it didn't break. At this moment, Great Emperor Wuxia and the other two arrived. The three of them attacked the light screen ferociously. The light screen shook violently, but it still didn't break. Let's focus on one point and break it, Lu Ming said. All right. Great Emperor Wuxia and the other two nodded. The power of law flowed around Lu Ming's body. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the infinite dragon spear formed by the power of law. Buzz! Lu Ming shook the infinite dragon spear. The infinite dragon spear spun rapidly like a drill and pierced the light screen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the light screen shook violently. The place where the spear pierced caved in and rippled. Boom, boom, boom. Great Emperor Wuxia, Great Emperor Hun Tian, and Great Emperor Tian Hua attacked at the same time. They used their strongest attacks on the spot where Lu Ming was attacking, causing the light screen to shake even more violently. However, the light screen still didn't break. Continue, Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack. Boom, boom. The four of them attacked continuously. The light screen shook more and more violently. After the four of them attacked continuously for more than 100 times, the light screen finally changed. Crack! The sound of something shattering could be heard. The four of them were overjoyed. They immediately became spirited and attacked like a storm. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the light screen became bigger and bigger. Countless small cracks appeared, and finally, they formed a huge crack. The light screen was about to break. However, at this moment, a few figures rushed in from another passage in the hall. There were a total of 8 people. Lu Ming. As soon as these people saw Lu Ming, some of them shouted furiously. It's the Lan family. As soon as the 8 people came in, Lu Ming and the others were alerted. Who would have thought that it would be such a coincidence to meet someone from the Lan family here? Those are great path fragments. They're all great path fragments. Gosh, there are so many. We must get them. Immediately, the 8 people of the Lan family saw the great path fragments in a light screen. Suddenly, their eyes were filled with radiance. That was the radiance of greed. It was extremely hot. The leader of the Lan family was Lan Kong. These great path fragments are mine, Lan Kong shouted in his heart. Break! At this moment, Lu Ming burst out with all his strength. He became one with the spear and turned into a dazzling spear of light, stabbing at a crack on the light screen. The light screen was already full of cracks and was about to break. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! The light screen directly exploded. Dozens of great path fragments were revealed. Attack! The great path fragments are ours. Lan Kong shouted and pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Keep! Lu Ming directly took out the mountain river diagram. The mountain river diagram expanded rapidly, and the mountains and rivers appeared inside, enveloping all the great path fragments. In an instant, all the great path fragments were collected by Lu Ming into the mountain river diagram. Then, the mountain river diagram turned into a ray of light, flew into Lu Ming's glabella, and disappeared. Retreat! Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxia, and the others hurriedly retreated, avoiding Lan Kang's attack. Lu Ming, hand over the great path fragments. Lan Kong shouted. His eyes were full of greed. We found it first, so it naturally belongs to us. Isn't it ridiculous to hand it over to you? Lu Ming sneered, revealing a mocking expression. Today, you have to hand it over even if you don't want to. Attack! Chapter 2364. Lan Kong gave the order and rushed towards Lu Ming. The other experts of the Lan family also rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Roar! Lan Kang's body was covered in purple light. He threw a punch, and the purple light condensed into a lion that pounced towards Lu Ming. Lan Kang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Apart from the Lan family, there was only Lu Ming and the others present. He had already decided to kill Lu Ming on the spot, as well as Emperor Wuxia and the others. Anyway, everyone present was from the Lan family. If they did not spread the news, no one would know that they were the ones who killed Lu Ming. The Heavenly Emperor behind Lu Ming could only think that Lu Ming had died in an adventure or was killed by the evil god tribe. In this way, not only could he obtain the Great Tao Fragment, but he could also kill Lu Ming. Thinking of this, Lan Kang's eyes flashed with excitement. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming also attacked. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, he faced the attack head-on and threw a punch at Lan Kang, courting death. The sharpness in Lan Kang's eyes intensified. He had heard of Lu Ming's strength from Lanya. He was very strong and could defeat a 2-star Great Emperor. But according to his speculation, he was not a match for a 3-star Great Emperor. After all, the difference between each star was huge. If Lu Ming had chosen to retreat or dodge, he might have spent more effort, but Lu Ming chose to face him head-on. This was simply courting death. Boom! The two collided fiercely, and a deafening explosion erupted. The place where the two fists collided was filled with dazzling light that made people unable to open their eyes. Then, the two figures trembled as if they had been electrocuted and retreated continuously. Lu Ming and Lan Kang were evenly matched in this move. How is this possible? Lan Kang retreated 5 to 6 steps and stabilized his body. He roared in his heart, and his eyes widened in disbelief. In this move, he felt that Lu Ming's strength was as deep and unfathomable as the sea. How is this possible? How could Lu Ming be so strong? 11 different colors of law light. What was that? 11 laws? Lan Kang's heart was in turmoil. As for the other members of the Lan family, they were extremely shocked, especially Lanya. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A 3-star Great Emperor is nothing more than this. Lu Ming said coldly, I haven't used my full strength yet. Don't be too proud. Lan Kang said coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. He said to the other Lan family members, You guys take down those 3 old men first. Leave Lu Ming to me. Yes, leave these 3 old fellows to us. The other members of the Lan clan said as they charged towards Emperor Wuxia's group. But as soon as he made his move, these people were shocked. That was because Emperor Wuxia and the other 2 were all 2-star Great Emperors. The 3 2-star Great Emperors working together had astonishing battle prowess. Furthermore, they were focused on defense. The people of the Lan clan could not take them down in a short time. Damn it! Lan Kang roared and personally charged towards Lu Ming. He used his full strength and roared continuously. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He fought with him continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves, but it was still difficult to win. With Lu Ming's current battle prowess, he was not weaker than a 3-star Great Emperor in a head-on battle. Just as the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, a figure flashed. More people had arrived. This time, there were more than 20 people who came. They were all living beings from the heaven realm. Needless to say, when the crowd saw that Lu Ming could actually fight with Lan Kang, they were extremely shocked. Lan Kang's face was extremely gloomy. Now that the other people from the heaven realm had arrived, he did not dare to kill Lu Ming openly. Everyone, let's attack together. Lu Ming has obtained a large number of Great Tao fragments. Lan Kang roared and wanted to pull the others to attack together. What? Great Tao fragments. Many people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes, revealing a greedy look. Great Tao fragments were too tempting for great emperors. Who dares to attack? If I don't die, when I return to the grand pure sky domain, I'll bring people to visit your forces one by one. Lu Ming said coldly. Many people felt chills all over. The strength behind Lu Ming was too shocking. There were more than a dozen heavenly emperors. No one could withstand it. If Lu Ming did not die, they would be the ones to die. Thinking of this, although many people were burning in their hearts, they did not dare to attack at all. Lan Kong, no one can help you. Today, the one to die will be you. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming completely erupted. He did not care about defense and used a desperate fighting method, launching a storm-like attack. In this way, Lu Ming was directly hit by Lan Kong. Lan Kang's punch hit Lu Ming's chest, causing Lu Ming's chest to collapse. However, Lu Ming also seized the opportunity and punched Lan Kang's shoulder. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Lan Kang's shoulder directly exploded. He staggered back, his face a little pale. His defense was no match for Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming took a heavy step forward, ignoring his injuries, and continued to attack Lan Kong. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? You're too selfish. Your cultivation is only at the true Emperor realm. There's no point in keeping the Great Tao fragment. My cultivation is already at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperor realm. As long as you give me the Great Tao fragment, I can quickly break through to the 4-star Great Emperor realm. As long as I break through to the 4-star Martial Emperor realm, our heaven realm will be able to annihilate the evil god tribe, seize the 8 formation discs, and leave this place. Otherwise, we might all die. For your own selfish reasons, you don't care about the lives of others. Lan Kong roared, still wanting to drag others down. Many people's faces changed. Indeed, in this great formation, their number one opponent was the evil god tribe. Lan Kang's cultivation was indeed at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperor realm. He was the one with the most hope of breaking through in the heaven realm. If he obtained the Great Tao fragment, he might really break through. In that case, they would have the confidence to defeat the evil god tribe. Some people's eyes flickered. Haha, don't flatter yourself. Without you, I'll still annihilate the evil god tribe. Kill. Lu Ming sneered and attacked crazily. After Lu Ming went all out, Lan Kong was completely at a disadvantage. He was confident that he could hit Lu Ming, but the price was that he would also be hit by Lu Ming. His vitality and defense were not as good as Lu Ming's. He was at a disadvantage in such a way of fighting. Damn it! Lan Kong roared in his heart. He could only give up the chance to hit Lu Ming and focus on defending and dodging. Bam! Suddenly, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. His figure suddenly changed direction, no longer attacking Lan Kong. Instead, he attacked Lan Jie and the others. Not good. Lan Kang's expression changed drastically. As for Lan Jie and the others, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly change direction. They were shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared behind Lan Jie. His palm was like a sharp sword, stabbing into Lan Jie's dantian. Boom! This palm directly pierced through Lan Jie's dantian, tearing his small world apart. Chapter 2365. Lu Ming's palm struck Lan Ye's dantian. The terrifying force tore Lan Ye's dantian into pieces. My dantian, my cultivation. Lan Jin screamed hysterically. Her eyes were filled with despair. I've said it before. If there's a next time, I'll kill all of you. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you, or that I can't kill you? Lu Ming said coldly, causing the despair in Lan Ye's eyes to deepen. There was also fear in his despair. Lan Ye screamed in his throat. Die in peace, Lu Ming said indifferently. His palms suddenly shook and a terrifying force burst out, tearing Lan Ye's body into pieces. Kill! Lu Ming roared and charged towards the rest of the Lan family. Bang! A 2-star Great Emperor was almost smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's punch. He retreated frantically, spurting out blood. He was extremely terrified. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming punched continuously like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The one-star Great Emperor couldn't block a single move from Lu Ming and was instantly killed. Even though the two-star Great Emperor defended with all his might, he was still severely injured by Lu Ming's punch. As a result, Wuxia Great Emperor, Hun Tian Great Emperor, and Heavenly Fire Great Emperor took advantage of the fact that their opponents were severely injured to kill a few of them. Lu Ming, Lan Kong roared, his eyes turning red. Lu Ming, you're killing the people of the Heaven Boundary. Are you trying to disregard the lives of the people of the Heaven Boundary? They are the backbone of the battle against the evil God tribe. Lan Kong wanted to use this method to arouse the hatred of the others so that they would work together to deal with Lu Ming. However, at that moment, no one made a move. Lu Ming's combat ability was shocking. Disregard the lives of others? Ha! Why didn't you think of this when you attacked us? Also, trash like you won't be of much use even if you're left alive. I'll deal with the evil God tribe, Lu Ming said coldly. A brilliant glow shrouded him as he threw out a punch, killing a severely injured two-star martial monarch. Lu Ming, remember this. My Lan family will not let you off. Lan Kong roared. He actually turned around and ran. He rushed out of a passage and disappeared. Lan Kong actually fled without a fight. Damn it! The remaining members of the Lan clan roared in despair. The Lan clan is full of trash. Lu Ming sneered and showed no mercy. With the help of Emperor Wuxia and the others, the remaining members of the Lan family were all killed in no time. Lu Ming, Marshal Emperor Wuxia, and the others took the storage rings of the Lan clan and left the place. Next, Lu Ming and the others continued to explore the palace, but they didn't find anything. During this time, they encountered the evil God tribe and fought a big battle. Lu Ming and the others killed more than 10 members of the evil God tribe and forced them to retreat. Finally, they came to the deepest part of the palace. Here, they found something. Here, they found some chaos stones and origin stones. Most importantly, Lu Ming found a rare natural treasure. Divine wood liquid. Lu Ming was in a jade bottle. Lu Ming recognized this rare, spiritual liquid and was overjoyed. This spiritual liquid contained extremely rich life essence and was not inferior to liquid fire. If Lu Ming cultivated with it, he had a chance to break through to the mid-5th level of the 7 divine mystic arts. Originally, if Lu Ming wanted to break through to the mid-5th level of the 7 divine mystic arts, he would need a long time to accumulate. It wasn't easy to cultivate an archaic body cultivator. It was very difficult. It was the same for the cultivation of the 7 divine mystic arts. Every breakthrough was very difficult. However, if he could obtain some rare natural treasures, it would be a different story. For example, liquid fire, divine wood liquid, and other rare treasures. These treasures contained rich life essence and could allow one's physical body to improve quickly. How could Lu Ming not be happy? As long as the 7 divine mystic arts broke through to the mid-5th level, his battle strength would skyrocket. At that time, with the combination of his physical body and laws, not to mention a 3-star Great Emperor, even a 4-star Great Emperor would be killed. The 4 of them kept the items and left in a flash, heading out of the palace. They had gained enough from this trip. The most important thing now was to find a place to cultivate and improve their strength. In a secret room in the palace, Lan Kang's figure flashed and turned into a big hand, grabbing balls of light in his hand. These balls of light were actually great Tao fragments. There were more than 10 of them. The heavens bless me. With these 10 great Tao fragments, my cultivation will definitely break through to the 4-star Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming, you will die then. Lan Kang's eyes flickered coldly. Lu Ming and the others left the palace and flew into the distance. Along the way, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and took out a formation plate. He saw that the 8 pits on the disc array were all lit up. All 8 formation plates have been found. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. All 8 formation plates have been found. It seems like a storm is coming. Emperor Wuxia said. Now that all 8 formation plates have been found, it was time for the two sides to fight. The side that one would be able to leave this place alive. It was destined to be a fierce battle. Let's find a place to cultivate and let the others fight. Right now, improving our strength is the most important thing. Lu Ming said. Emperor Wuxia and the others nodded. After all, they had a formation plate in their hands. They were not afraid that they would not be able to leave before the others. Soon, they arrived at the top of a mountain. The mountain was the tallest in the area. Standing at the top of the mountain, they could see into the distance. They decided to cultivate at the top of the mountain. That way, they would be able to see into the distance and know what was going on outside. They immediately split the loot among themselves. Emperor Wuxia and the others only took a portion of the great Tao fragments. They left the rest to Lu Ming. After splitting the loot, they began to cultivate. Lu Ming took out the divine wood liquid and poured out a portion of it. He began to refine it. The strength of his flesh began to improve rapidly. However, the situation outside was slightly different from what Lu Ming and the others had expected. The two sides did not fight each other. Instead, they had gone into hiding. Meanwhile, Lu Ming refined some of the divine wood liquid and went out to investigate the situation. He was quite surprised when he discovered the situation. Perhaps they have learned something during this period. Their thoughts are the same as ours. They are planning to cultivate in seclusion before eliminating the enemy. Lu Ming guessed. After taking a look around, Lu Ming returned to the mountain and continued to wash his face. A few days later, some people came to their mountain. They originally wanted to occupy the mountain, but when they saw Lu Ming and the others, their expressions changed drastically and they retreated. The news of Lu Ming killing many experts of Alan clan had already spread among the people of the Heaven Realm. When the others saw Lu Ming, they naturally retreated in fear. Chapter 2366. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, Lu Ming had refined all the divine wood liquid. His 7 divine mystic art had finally achieved a breakthrough and reached the mid-stage of the 5th level. Lu Ming's physical strength had also increased tremendously. Now, Lu Ming could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor with just his physical strength. With every breakthrough in the 7 gods' mysterious art, his physical strength would soar, and the increase would be extremely shocking. For example, in the early 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious technique, he could suppress a 1-star Great Emperor with just his physical strength. When the 7 gods' mysterious technique broke through to the mid-5th level, he could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor. In the late 5th level, he could suppress a peak Great Emperor. With every breakthrough, his strength would increase tremendously. It would not be too difficult for Lu Ming to kill a 4-star Great Emperor with his physical strength and the power of the nomological laws. He might even be able to fight against a 5-star Great Emperor. The time has come. With my current strength, I can wipe out everyone in this formation. Lu Ming revealed a confident expression. However, Emperor Wuxia and the other two were still cultivating. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to leave. He continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. On a mountain peak that was thousands of miles away from Lu Ming and the rest, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Swoosh! A figure soared into the sky. His aura was like a gale, sweeping in all directions. I have finally broken through. The person muttered to himself. His eyes were shining with a terrifying radiance. This person was Lan Kong. After several months of bitter cultivation and refining a few pieces of great Tao fragments, he had finally broken through the bottleneck and became a 4-star Great Emperor. A 4-star Great Emperor was already considered a high-level Great Emperor. His combat strength had increased tremendously. Lan Kang's shocking aura also alarmed the people nearby. What a shocking aura! This is a 4-star Great Emperor. Lan Kong has broken through and become a 4-star Great Emperor. Great! A 4-star Great Emperor has appeared. We can finally annihilate the evil god tribe. Voices could be heard. Some were shocked, and some were ecstatic. Previously, whether it was the evil god tribe or the heaven domain, the strongest was a 3-star great emperor. The birth of a 4-star great emperor would definitely break the balance and give the heaven domain an absolute advantage. Boom! However, right at that moment, a terrifying aura rushed out from a distance. This aura was extremely astonishing, and it soared into the sky like a smoke signal. This aura was equivalent to a 4-star great emperor. This is someone from the evil god race. Someone from the evil god race has also broken through. On the heaven realm side, someone cried out in alarm, his face pale. How could this be? Lan Kong had just broken through to 4-star emperor realm. He had thought that he would be able to annihilate the entire evil god tribe. Who would have thought that someone from the other races would also break through to 4-star emperor realm? This caused everyone's hearts to sink. This way, the outcome of the battle would be hard to predict. Lan Kang's face also became gloomy and somewhat ugly. The foreign races also have people who have broken through to the 4-star Great Monarch realm. I don't have the confidence to kill them. I have to raise my cultivation a little more. Alright, I should look for Lu Ming. That kid has a huge amount of Great Dao pieces. I'll sneak over and kill him, steal his Great Dao pieces, and then find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Once I rank up to the 5 stars Martial Monarch realm, I'll be able to deal with the foreign tribes with ease. Lan Kang's eyes flickered coldly. Now is not the time to start the battle. I've just broken through, so I need some time to consolidate my cultivation. Keep an eye on the movements of the foreign tribes. If there's any news, let me know immediately. Lan Kang instructed the others. Now that his cultivation had reached the 4-star Martial Monarch realm, he had become the strongest expert of the Heaven realm. It went without saying that he had a superior attitude. All right, we will. The others immediately nodded their heads with fawning looks. If they wanted to leave this place alive, they could only rely on Lan Kang. Without Lan Kang, they would be slaughtered by the foreign tribes. The foreign tribes did not attack as they were intimidated by Lan Kang's breakthrough. Lan Kang rapidly flew toward the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were at. The others already knew that Lu Ming and the others had occupied the highest mountain nearby. Lan Kang had also heard the news. Not long after, Lan Kang arrived at the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were at. On the mountain peak, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His gaze was like stars as he looked at Lan Kang. Lan Kang, I didn't look for you, but you're here, Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming, hand over all the Great Dao fragments you've obtained. Lan Kang said coldly. If you want my Great Dao fragments, let's see if you have the ability to take them. Lu Ming said. Is that so? Lan Kang placed his hands behind his back and stood high in the sky with an arrogant look. Bang! Following this, Lan Kang suddenly took a step forward. As he took this step, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. The Wuxia Martial Monarch, the Chaotic Heaven Martial Monarch, and the Heavenly Fire Martial Monarch had already woken up when Lan Kang arrived. They opened their eyes wide in shock and exclaimed, 4-star Martial Monarch, you've broken through to the 4-star Martial Monarch realm. Hee hee. Lan Kang chuckled and looked down at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, are you feeling desperate now? Desperate? Are you talking about yourself? Lu Ming said with a calm smile. For some reason, Lan Kang's heart skipped a beat when he saw Lu Ming smile. He had a bad feeling about this. He's just pretending to be calm. His strength might be strong, but there's no way he's comparable to a 4-star Martial Monarch. Lan Kang warned himself. His cultivation was initially at the peak of the 3-star Martial Monarch realm. He was only able to break through so quickly with the help of the Great Dao fragments. On the other hand, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the true Monarch realm despite his strength. It was impossible for him to break through to the 4-star Martial Monarch realm in such a short time. Having figured this out, Lan Kang felt relieved. Stop being so mysterious. If you're not willing to hand it over, I'll take it myself, Lan Kang said. Following this, his figure dashed toward Lu Ming with a flicker. Roar! The roar of a lion echoed across the sky. Lan Kang threw a punch at Lu Ming. A purple lion appeared and lunged at Lu Ming. Watch out! The Wuxiang martial monarchs were startled. This move again. I'm sick of it. Lu Ming's voice was heard as he threw out a palm strike. Pucci. Lu Ming's palm was like a heavenly saber that sliced through the void. The lion figure that Lan Kong had formed burst like a bubble. Lan Kang's pupils contracted rapidly. Although he had not used his full strength in the previous move, it was enough to severely injure a 3-star martial monarch. Given Lu Ming's strength, he should have been severely injured by the move. However, Lu Ming had easily defeated his attack. Something's not right. Lan Kong roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with doubt, and he was about to retreat. Lu Ming, let's fight another day. Lan Kong yelled and turned around to run. It's too late to leave now, Lu Ming said coldly. He unleashed the 6-feathered, godly wings, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles vibrated at least a few billion times per second. His body dashed forward at an indescribable speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already near Lan Kong. Chapter 2367. Lan Kong turned pale with fright. With a roar, he unleashed his full strength and blasted a blow at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's punch shattered Lan Kang's attack. The terrifying fist force blasted towards Lan Kong like a torrential storm. Kacha! Lu Ming's fist bombarded Lan Kang's fist. Lan Kang's fist directly exploded, turning into blood, flesh, and bones that flew everywhere. The surging fist force continued to bombard Lan Kang's body. Lan Kong screamed as his body flew a few hundred miles away, crashing into a mountain peak. Lan Kong had just broken through to 4-star Great Emperor. The difference between Lu Ming and him was too great. It was a complete suppression. How can this be? How can this be? Lan Kong roared hysterically as he retreated frantically. At the same time, his aura erupted without any concealment, alarming the beings in the heaven domain. In the distance, the beings in the heaven domain noticed the commotion and rushed over. From afar, they saw a shocking scene. Lan Kong was being chased by Lu Ming. Everyone help! Lu Ming harbors a grudge and wants to kill me. Lan Kong roared. Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face as he walked towards Lan Kong unhurriedly. Didn't Lan Kong want to let him know what despair was? Then let him have a taste of despair. What? The beings in the heaven domain in the distance were dumbfounded, looking incredulous. Lu Ming wanted to kill Lan Kong. Didn't Lan Kong break through to 4-star Great Emperor? How did he end up in such a state? How can this be? Scream, scream. Let's see who can save you today. Lu Ming was calm and unruffled as he slowly approached Lan Kong. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. I've broken through to 4-star Great Emperor. I'm the main force against the evil god tribe. You can't kill me. If you kill me, everyone in the heaven domain will die. Lan Kong screamed crazily. You're really stupid. Without you, everyone in the heaven domain will die. Where did you get your logic from? Do you think I'm just a decoration? Lu Ming was full of sarcasm. Lan Kong was tongue-tied. Given Lu Ming's battle prowess, would he still need Lan Kong? Most likely, Lan Kong alone would be enough to wipe out the entire evil god race. In the distance, the people from the heaven realm stopped and even turned around to avoid Lan Kong. Yes, Lu Ming was their only hope now. With Lu Ming, they would be able to leave this place alive. As for Lan Kong, he could go die. Everyone, Lan Kong has targeted me time and time again. Just now, he ran to kill me. Tell me, should I kill him? Lu Ming looked at the creatures from the heaven realm. Damn it! Such a despicable person deserves to die. Immediately, someone opened his mouth and looked at Lan Kong with contempt. Then, he nodded and bowed to Lu Ming. That's right, he deserves to die. Such a despicable person. If it weren't for my low cultivation, I would have killed him long ago. That's right, that's right. Everyone else echoed. What a joke. Now that Lu Ming's strength was far beyond Lan Kang's, they needed to rely on Lu Ming to leave this place alive. Naturally, they would rely on Lu Ming. As for Lan Kong, who was he? You. Lan Kong roared, his eyes filled with despair. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. The terrifying fist force crushed toward Lan Kong, as if it could topple the mountains and trample the seas. Bam! Lan Kang's body was like a broken sack, flying far away and crashing into a mountain peak. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura was extremely weak. Now, do you know what despair is? Lu Ming stood on top of Lan Kang's head and said coldly. Lan Kang kept spitting out blood, and the despair in his eyes intensified. At this moment, he was not only worried about his own life, but also about the Lan family. Lu Ming was too perverted. Moreover, he had great luck. Before entering the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming's strength was only on par with Lan Yu. It would take a lot of effort to defeat Lan Yu. But now, after entering the Void Sacred Island for 2 years, Lu Ming's strength had skyrocketed to such an extent that he could crush a 4-star Great Emperor. This was simply shocking. 2 years was just a blink of an eye for a Great Emperor. A Great Emperor would need tens of thousands of years to break through to the next level. It could even take hundreds of thousands of years. However, Lu Ming had skyrocketed to such an extent in just 2 years. If he continued to grow, the Lan family would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, he really wanted to tell the Lan family's heavenly emperor and Lan family's old ancestor to bury the hatchet with Lu Ming and resolve the grudge with Lu Ming. If they could not resolve the grudge, they would have to eliminate Lu Ming at all costs. Otherwise, the Lan family would be destroyed in a few years' time. Unfortunately, he was destined not to be able to say these words. Be on your way, Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward, and a terrifying power erupted, drowning Lan Kang. Lan Kang was dead. Following that, Lu Ming kept Lan Kang's storage ring. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and found that there was a disk array in Lan Kang's storage ring. Who else has a disk array? Give it to me. Lu Ming looked at the beings of the heavenly realm. I have one. I have one. 2 beings of the heavenly realm walked out and took out a disk array each. This way, Lu Ming had 4 disk arrays in his hands. It seems like the other disk arrays are in the hands of the evil god tribe. It's time to leave this place, Lu Ming muttered. He then looked at Emperor Wuxia and the other 2 and smiled. 3 deans, let's make a trip to the strange races. All right. Emperor Wuxia and the other 2 were excited. Immediately, Lu Ming took the lead and they headed in the direction of the strange races. Lu Ming has gone to kill the strange races. Let's go and take a look. We can go out now. The beings of the heavenly realm were overjoyed, and they quickly followed behind Lu Ming. Soon, they arrived at the place where the strange races were gathered. Whoosh, whoosh, figures flashed in front of them. Almost 100 strange races gathered together and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Ants of the heavenly realm, you are finally here. Let's fight it out. Among the strange races, an extremely burly evil god tribe member said coldly. The aura emitted from his body was extremely shocking. It was equivalent to a 4-star Great Emperor. Bam! Bam! After arriving, Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He stepped on the void and walked toward the strange races. A little brat dares to be so bold. He's courting death. I'll kill him. A skinny strange race member with 4 arms rushed toward Lu Ming. This kind of alien race was known for their speed. They were extremely fast. His figure flashed a few times, and he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, 4 beams of light suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming and slashed at his vital points. However, Lu Ming stood there as if he did not know that someone was attacking him. Just as the 4 sharp lights were about to slash Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. In an instant, all the sharp lights disappeared and a shocking scene appeared. Chapter 2368. Lu Ming clasped the neck of the alien race member with one hand. The alien race member was like a baby, struggling madly. His 2 legs for limbs and arms kept flailing. His face was flushed red and his eyes were popping out. A 2-star great monarch can't even withstand a single blow, Lu Ming said indifferently. Asterisk, hiss, hiss, hiss. Asterisk, the heaven domain side was still fine, but the foreign races side was filled with gasps. A 2-star great emperor who was astonishingly fast was as vulnerable as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes narrowed, including the 4-star great monarch. It seems like you're the one who broke through to the 4-star great monarch realm. The 4-star great monarch said. Lu Ming smiled faintly, declining to comment. It was normal for the other party to think that he was the 4-star great monarch. Other than a 4-star great monarch, who else had the strength to take down a 2-star great monarch so easily? Not even a 3-star great monarch. Bang! Lu Ming's palm exploded with force, killing the skinny foreign being. At the side, Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua exclaimed. Unknowingly, Lu Ming had grown to such a level. Killing a 2-star great monarch was like killing an ant to him. That was a 2-star great emperor. In the Primal Mountain, that was an overlord of a region. He was a high and mighty figure that suppressed all directions. Then let's have a battle to the death. The 4-star martial monarch stepped forth as a battle axe appeared in his hands. A powerful aura burst forth from him. I'm done playing with you guys. Let's end this. Lu Ming muttered. The muscles on his body began to vibrate violently. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure dashed forward. His speed was faster than anyone could react. In an instant, he was in front of the 4-star great monarch. How is this possible? The 4-star great monarch's eyes widened. He was almost scared to death. He then unleashed all his strength to defend himself. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and the overwhelming force of the punch blasted toward the alien race in front of him. Bang! The outsider was sent flying, and a large hole appeared in his body. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura withered. He had been seriously injured by Lu Ming in a single move. Run! The other outsiders reacted and were almost scared to death. They then turned and ran. They understood that they had encountered an opponent that they couldn't defeat. Even a 4-star great sovereign was severely injured by a single move. If they were to go against him, only death would await them. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and leaped forward to kill. His fists continuously blasted out. A series of fists streaked across the sky and blasted toward the non-humans. Among the foreign races, there were a few 3-star great emperors who were struck by Lu Ming's fist force. They were killed instantly and exploded in the air. Kill! Wuxia Great Emperor roared, and together with Chaos Heaven Great Emperor and Heaven Fire Great Emperor, they charged towards the non-human kind. Let's attack together. The other beings from the heaven realm also roared and charged toward the outsiders. Only by killing all the outsiders would they be able to leave. This concerned their lives, so naturally, they all unleashed their full power. This was a massacre, and there were no surprises. Lu Ming's figure flickered continuously. Every time he flickered, a few non-humankind beings would be killed by him, and their storage rings would be collected by him. You won't be able to escape. Lu Ming stared at the 4-star Great Emperor. This outsider wanted to escape, but he had been severely injured by Lu Ming in a single move. There was no way he could escape. Lu Ming rushed forward and killed this outsider in 2 moves. After collecting his storage bracelet, he turned around and killed the other non-humankind beings. The non-humankind beings fled for their lives, but they couldn't escape at all. Lu Ming and the others caught up and killed them one by one. After a while, all the non-humankind beings present were killed by Lu Ming and the others. Take a look and see if there are any formation plates in their storage bracelets. Lu Ming instructed. He took out the storage bracelets he had obtained from the non-humankind beings and checked them. Without a doubt, Lu Ming had obtained the most storage bracelets. There were a total of 50 to 60 storage bracelets. In the end, Lu Ming found 3 formation plates. The others found one as well. 8 formation plates were gathered. The formation spirit said that we have to kill everyone on the other side before we can leave. There might be some non-humankind beings who escaped and are hiding somewhere. During this period of time, you guys should look around and find those who escaped. Lu Ming said. The others nodded. Right now, Lu Ming was undoubtedly the most powerful person. Naturally, The rest would listen to him instinctively. The creatures of the heaven realm formed groups of a few people and spread out to search for the fish that escaped the net. Of course, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with such things. He found a place to cultivate and comprehend the laws in peace. Now, the reincarnation laws and primordial laws had both reached the third realm. Lu Ming began to plan to comprehend the other strongest laws. Next, Lu Ming chose the eternal laws and began to comprehend them. The more laws he comprehended, the easier it was for Lu Ming to comprehend the laws. After a few days, he had mastered the eternal laws. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, the people from the heaven realm had searched this area. As expected, there were some non-humankind beings who escaped and were found and killed one by one. Now, they concluded that there were no non-humankind beings who escaped. At this moment, everyone gathered and flew towards the door that they had entered from. As soon as they arrived, the figure of the young formation spirit appeared. I didn't expect you to complete my request so quickly. How boring. The formation spirit sighed. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Would the formation spirit go back on his word and make some strange requests? You won't go back on your word, right? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Although I'm bored, I'm a man of my word. Take out the formation plates. The formation spirit pursed his lips and said. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 8 formation plates appeared. The formation spirit stretched out his hand. An array of light flashed. The 8 formation plates vibrated and emitted a bright light. They flew towards the door and merged with it. Crack! The door opened. Everyone was overjoyed. Let's go. Someone was overjoyed and rushed out. This time, there was no obstruction. That person rushed out of the door and disappeared. Let's go, let's go. The rest of the people rushed out of the door. Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxia, and the others did the same. When they rushed out of the door, they found that they had already left the huge tower and were outside. How boring. The formation spirit's voice came from the huge tower. Then, the huge tower door closed. Let's go, Deans, Lu Ming said, and left with the 3 Deans. The others also left. Next, Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua headed towards the depths of the Void Sacred Island. Roar. Chapter 2369. With a roar, the sky changed color and the earth shook. A terrifying, murderous aura spread from the front. Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua were shocked. The reason for that was because that roar gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. It made one's hair stand on end. Swoosh, swoosh. Following that, Lu Ming and the rest saw streaks of rainbow lights flying toward them from the distant sky. They were flying from the depths of the Void Sacred Island. There was an expert in each of the rainbow lights, and each of them was extremely terrifying. None of them were weaker than Lan Kong. This meant that these people were all high-level great emperors. Some of them had a terrifying aura that made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Peak great emperors. Lu Ming judged that a few of them had reached the peak great emperor realm. There were beings from the heaven boundary and the evil god tribe among them. But now, these people seemed to have encountered something terrifying and were running for their lives. Roar. Another roar came from the depths of the Void Sacred Island. Then, a huge creature appeared in the sky. A huge white tiger stood on the ground. Its back was taller than the mountains. With a roar, the mountains exploded. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming and the others felt a terrifying pressure coming at them. Could it be one of the legendary 4 divine beasts, the white tiger? Emperor Wuxiang cried out in shock. What? The 4 divine beasts? The expressions of Lu Ming and the rest changed drastically. The 4 divine beasts were the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. Legend had it that the 4 divine beasts were ancient divine beasts in the heaven boundary. They were extremely powerful and were on the same level as the top 10 battle beasts. There were legends of the 4 divine beasts in various places. However, They weren't the legendary 4 divine beasts. They only had the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. Could it be that one had really appeared? Impossible. The real 4 divine beasts are on the same level as the top 10 battle beasts. Although this one is powerful, it's not that powerful. Lu Ming's expression changed. Roar. The white tiger's roar was as loud as thunder. It stomped on the ground with all 4 of its limbs, causing the mountains to crumble and the rocks to shake the sky. Its huge body rushed towards the fleeing experts. Its eyes turned silver white, and 2 silver white sword lights slashed out. A miserable shriek was heard. An existence that was at least a 5-star great sovereign was killed in the air by 2 sword lights. He had no power to resist at all. Let's go. Lu Ming roared and turned to flee with Emperor Wuxia and the others. However, the people behind them, as well as the white tiger, were astonishingly fast. The distance between them and them was rapidly closing. How unlucky! Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxia, and the others sighed inwardly. They had just escaped from the array formation, yet they encountered such a terrifying white tiger. They were truly unlucky. Let's not go in the same direction as those people, Emperor Wuxia shouted. There was probably a reason why the white tiger was chasing after those people. Immediately, they changed their direction and rushed to the side. There was a risk in doing so. Once the white tiger targeted them, it would be easier for it to catch up to them. However, they had no other choice now. With their strength, they definitely couldn't outrun those 5-star great sovereigns or even peak great sovereigns. If they continued to run and the white tiger caught up to them, they would probably be slapped to death. They could only take the risk. They had made the right bet. The white tiger roared and didn't target them. Instead, it chased after the strongest experts. Lu Ming and the others didn't stop. They ran for a distance before stopping. At this point, the white tiger had already chased after the others. It seems like the white tiger has targeted the strongest experts. Those people must have offended the white tiger. Emperor Hun Tian guessed. I didn't expect the Void Sacred Island to have such a terrifying white tiger. This white tiger's strength is definitely above the Great Sovereign Realm. Could it be a heavenly emperor? Emperor Wuxia said. Everyone's expression was solemn. Heavenly emperors couldn't enter the Void Sacred Island. If the white tiger was really a heavenly emperor, they would be terrifying. No one would be able to defeat it. Immediately, they left this place and ran into the distance, wanting to get away from the white tiger. However, a few hours later, their expressions changed drastically. This was because there was an extremely sharp cry in front of them. It pierced through space and time. A large group of people ran for their lives. Some were from the heavenly realm, and some were from the evil god tribe. Behind these people, a huge phoenix spread its wings and chased after them. Vermilion Bird, Lu Ming, and the others looked at each other. Their voices were hoarse. First, they saw the white tiger. Now, they saw the Vermilion Bird. Could it be that all the divine beasts had appeared? Let's go. Without hesitation, the 4 of them turned and ran. This time, they were experienced and ran in another direction. Indeed, the Vermilion Bird was chasing after the strongest group. Not long after, they successfully escaped. The white tiger and Vermilion Bird have both appeared. What happened in the depths of the Void Sacred Island? Lu Ming and the others were puzzled. Next, they found a secluded place to hide. In the next few days, they would hear terrifying roars from time to time. A few days later, the roars disappeared. At this time, they came out of their hiding place and met some experts. Many of them were high-level great emperors. They asked the other party and found out a lot. In the past few years, the great emperors of the heavenly realm and the evil god tribe had been roaming the Void Sacred Island, fighting and searching for treasures. Although the Void Sacred Island was large, it had been almost completely searched in the past few years. Some time ago, everyone found a secret place. That place was suspected to be the core of the Void Sacred Island. It was very likely that it was the place where the owner of the Void Sacred Island would preach. This discovery was truly incredible. What kind of person was the owner of the Void Sacred Island? He should be someone who surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. If it was really the place where he preached, there would be great opportunities. Many experts gathered, intending to enter that place to explore. However, there were actually 4 terrifying divine beasts guarding that place. They were exactly the same as the legendary 4 divine beasts. However, their fighting strength was not as strong as the legendary 4 divine beasts. They should have barely reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even if they had reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, they were not people that the great emperors could contend with. The 4 divine beasts had gone berserk. A large number of experts from the Heavenly realm and the evil god tribe had fallen. The remaining people were chased by the 4 divine beasts. That was why Lu Ming and the others had encountered the Void Sacred Island. Now, the 4 divine beasts are roaming the depths of the Void Sacred Island. All the experts have retreated from the depths of the Void Sacred Island. They did not dare to go in. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous. A high-level Great Emperor sighed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Originally, his fighting strength had increased greatly. He had planned to explore the Void Sacred Island and try his luck. It seemed like he could only cancel this plan and stay in the periphery of the Void Sacred Island. There must be opportunities in the core area. Now, many experts are hiding in the periphery of the Void Sacred Island, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 2370. Lu Ming could only give up on the idea of entering the Void Sacred Island. They found a secluded place to hide and cultivate in peace. To the current Lu Ming, comprehending the laws here was a great opportunity. It could save him a lot of time. Even if he couldn't get other opportunities, Lu Ming was satisfied. Lu Ming comprehended the laws in peace. Emperor Wuxia and the others were focused on refining the great Tao fragments. They hoped to take another step forward and become a 3-star great emperor. Just like that, the days passed one by one. During this time, Emperor Wuxia, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua would take turns to go out and gather information to investigate the current situation. Now, on the Void Sacred Island, whether it was the living beings of the Heaven Realm or the experts of the other races, they were like them. They were hiding and didn't dare to move. This was because there were 4 terrifying divine beasts in the depths of the Void Sacred Island. 2 of them were guarding the core area, and the other 2 were roaming around. Once they found the living beings of the Heaven Realm or the evil god tribe, they would immediately start a massacre. Therefore, it was impossible for those experts to have any ideas about the core area. As for Lu Ming, he also cultivated in peace. He didn't care about anything else. To Lu Ming, the Void Sacred Island was more useful than any holy land for cultivation. If he left the Void Sacred Island, where could he find such a good holy land for cultivation? However, there was one thing that Lu Ming wouldn't forget. That was the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. Previously, in the giant tower, Lu Ming had killed a large number of evil god tribe members. There were a total of 50 to 60 of them. The storage rings of these evil god tribe members had all fallen into his hands. These evil god tribe members were all great emperors. Their storage rings contained a large number of black crystals. Moreover, the quality was very high and they contain a lot of energy. Although it was very difficult for the living beings of the Heaven Realm to absorb these crystals, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body could absorb and store the energy. Lu Ming split a portion of his attention to control the Heavenly Emperor's physical body to absorb the energy of these crystals and store it. Just like that, time flew. Spring, winter, and autumn came. 5 years passed in a flash. This could be said to be the longest seclusion Lu Ming had ever cultivated. This closed-door seclusion, Lu Ming's harvest was very great. Lu Ming had cultivated the laws of eternity, the laws of nothingness, and the laws of space to the 3rd realm. However, the remaining 2 laws of the top 10, the law of fate and the law of karma, were extremely difficult to cultivate. The laws of fate were extremely mysterious and difficult to grasp. Lu Ming had tried several times, but he did not manage to grasp them. As for the laws of karma, They were generally something that only Buddhists would be able to comprehend. Buddhism emphasized the cycle of karma. Without such a state of mind, it was very difficult to comprehend. However, Lu Ming had already cultivated 8 of his strongest laws to the 3rd level. His comprehension of the laws had reached an astonishing level. By relying on his amazing perception, Lu Ming had managed to comprehend the karma laws. Not only that, but Lu Ming also comprehended other King Dao laws in these 5 years. For example, the indestructible ancient scripture required the law of undying flame, the law of Vajra, and the law of kings. Lu Ming had cultivated a total of 3 law of kings to the 3rd level. Moreover, Lu Ming had also spent a large amount of time to fuse these laws and evolve them into divine abilities. In 5 years, not only did he comprehend 3 of his strongest laws and 3 law of kings to the 3rd level, but he also evolved them into divine abilities. This was absolutely impossible outside. It would probably take more than 100 years. But here he had done it in 5 years. Now, Lu Ming already had 17 laws that had reached the 3rd level. When these 17 laws were fused together, the power was astonishing. However, it did not increase Lu Ming's battle strength by much. The main reason was that Lu Ming's current physical body realm was too high. With just his physical body, he could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor. In the Great Emperor realm, the higher one's strength was, the greater the gap between them. As for the laws, they were just laws after all. They cannot be compared to the Great Tao. No matter how many laws there were, it was still the same. Lu Ming might be able to rely on a large number of laws to challenge a 1-star Great Emperor or even a 2-star Great Emperor. However, the further he went, the harder it would be to challenge them with just laws. Unless Lu Ming used these laws to rush into the Great Emperor realm and evolve them into the Great Tao, his power would skyrocket. However, Lu Ming did not have any plans to break through to the Great Emperor realm. At the very least, he wanted to cultivate all 10 of his strongest laws to the 3rd level. He even wanted to cultivate more of his Law of Kings to the 3rd level. When he broke through to the Great Emperor realm, his Great Tao would be amazing. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine, but he was also looking forward to it. Therefore, Lu Ming estimated that if he went all out, he would be able to suppress a 5-star Great Emperor. However, he would definitely not be a match for a 6-star Great Emperor. As for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, it had absorbed a large amount of black crystals from the evil god tribe. It had been filled with energy for a long time. Yes, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had reached 100%. Chapter 2371. Next, Lu Ming and the others ended their seclusion and paid close attention to the movements of the outside world. 10 days later, the experts of the Heaven Realm sent out a message to gather all the high-level Great Emperors and head to the core area together. It wasn't that those experts were so kind and wanted to reap the benefits together, but they needed strength. Even if they killed the 4 divine beasts, they would have to face the experts of the evil god tribe later. They had to increase their strength. Otherwise, they would be annihilated by the evil god tribe after killing the 4 divine beasts. Lu Ming bade farewell to Emperor Wuxia and the others and headed in a direction. After flying for a long distance, they arrived at a mountain valley. In comparison, this place was rather secretive. When Lu Ming arrived, he found that there were already many people gathered here. More than 300. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little shocked. There were already more than 300 living beings gathered here. This number was very shocking. One had to know that almost all the people here were high-level Great Emperors. These people were from various races. The human race was the most, and there were also various divine beasts. Although most of them were in human form, Lu Ming could still sense them through their aura. He's Lu Ming. When Lu Ming arrived, someone recognized Lu Ming and revealed a look of shock. Lu Ming actually dared to come here. One had to know that those who could come here were high-level Great Emperors. Could it be that Lu Ming already had the strength of a high-level Great Emperor? Impossible. Most of them shook their heads, thinking that Lu Ming was just here to try his luck. However, there were a few people who looked serious. This was because the news of Lu Ming easily killing a 4-star Great Emperor expert in the giant tower had spread. Some of them had heard of this matter. Lu Ming arrived, walked to the side, and waited patiently. As time passed, more and more people came. Gradually, the number exceeded 500. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a little Taoist looking around furtively. If it wasn't Dandan, who else could it be? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Dandan had indeed come to the Void Sacred Island. Wherever there were treasures, this guy would definitely be there. Dandan, Lu Ming called out. Who is it? Dandan jumped in fright and looked around. When it saw Lu Ming, it revealed a smile and flew over. So it's you. Why? Have you broken through to the Great Emperor realm? You dare to come here? Dandan's attention to him. You. This guy was indeed one of the top 10 combat beasts. It was very knowledgeable and could tell some of Lu Ming's secrets at one glance. You've improved tremendously. Lu Ming laughed. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of surprise. Dandan's cultivation was unfathomable in his eyes. Needless to say, this guy had reached the Great Emperor realm a long time ago. Moreover, he had reached a very high level. Ha ha, then you should know who I am. Dandan grinned. Of course, the two of them chatted through telepathy to prevent others from eavesdropping on their secrets. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time and were chatting casually. Later on, the number of people who came here gradually decreased. 3 days later, there were more than 600 people gathered here. They were all high-level Great Emperors and above. Any one of them would be an expert in the outside world. Everyone. At this moment, a group of people stepped out. There were about a dozen of them. Their auras were profound and unfathomable. They are all peak Great Emperors. Dandan sent a telepathic message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded secretly. These people were probably the strongest group of people in the heaven boundary. A burly man with a bearded face looked like a lion. He looked around and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia." He paused for a moment and said, "Now, let me tell you what we need to do. In the depths of the Void Sacred Island, there's a place that is most likely the real dojo left behind by the owner of this island. However, there are indeed 4 divine beasts guarding it. The 4 divine beasts have the legendary bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. Their combat strength has reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. First, our goal is to get rid of the 4 divine beasts. Of the 4 divine beasts, 2 have been guarding the core area, while the other 2 have been patrolling and cruising outside. Therefore, we only need to get rid of 2 of them. As for the 2 cruising beasts, we only need to send someone to attract their attention. Send someone to attract their attention? Many people's faces darkened. It was definitely very dangerous to send someone to attract the 2 cruising divine beasts. Who would be willing to do it? Xianxia saw through everyone's thoughts and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about this. We have already sent people out. They are all experts in speed and life-saving abilities. They will be enough to attract that divine beast for a period of time. As for the other divine beast, we will leave it to the evil god tribe. This time we've discussed it with the evil god tribe. Of the 4 divine beasts, each side will deal with 2. Now that the one roaming outside has been dealt with, the next step is to deal with the 2 divine beasts guarding the core area. Similarly, we in the evil god tribe will deal with 1 divine beast each. In the end, we will enter the core area and fight for the treasures with our own abilities." Xianxia spoke a long string of words, and everyone nodded, understanding the gist of it. It's about time. Let's set off now. After Xianxia finished speaking, he took the lead and flew toward the Void Sacred Island. More than 600 experts followed him. They had already sent someone to attract the attention of 1 divine beast. Naturally, they knew the safe route. Therefore, they were very fast and flew toward the Void Sacred Island. They were not afraid of encountering that divine beast. A day later, they had already arrived at the central area of the Void Sacred Island. Here they slowed down. Soon, they came to a mountain peak and looked into the distance. There was an area in front. It was misty as if it was shrouded in fog. Even with their eyesight, they could not see through the fog. There was only a huge arch door in the south. This arch door was open. From afar, they could see a stone staircase behind the arch door. This is the core area. However, the fog is formed by a great array. We can't enter it all. If we want to enter, we can only go through that arch door. However, as long as we appear, those two divine beasts will also appear. Therefore, we have to deal with those two divine beasts first. Xianxia explained. The people from the evil god tribe should also be here. I will go and contact the people from the evil god tribe. Later, we will move together and deal with one divine beast each. A white-haired old man said. Then his figure flashed and he left. Not long after, the white-haired old man returned. The people from the evil god tribe have arrived. 10 minutes later, we will attack together. The white-haired old man said. Everyone nodded and waited patiently. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Let's go, Xianxia said. Everyone retracted their auras and flew toward the core area. Chapter 2372. So many people. Many people's hearts sank. They realized that there were about 900 people from the evil god tribe, which was a few hundred more than them. The experts from both sides quickly got close to the core. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lu Ming and the rest were nearing the core area, there was a violent roar in the fog. The ground was shaking continuously. Then, a huge monster appeared. It was a huge tortoise. This tortoise was even bigger than a mountain. It had a thick tortoise shell on its back, a dragon head, and a snake tail. It was very similar to one of the 4 legendary divine beasts, the black tortoise. Roar. The black tortoise let out a loud roar, and the ground shook. Countless rocks started to move, turning into stone swords that slashed at them. Sacrifice the Heaven Dao soldier. Xianxia shouted. He waved his hand, and a purple gold battle sword appeared, emitting a shocking aura and pressure. 5 or 6 peak great emperors attacked together, and their great Daos and world energy infused into the purple gold battle sword. The purple gold battle sword let out a sword cry, and it grew rapidly. This was the Heaven Dao soldier. 5 or 6 peak great emperors joined forces to control the Heaven Dao soldier. Although they couldn't unleash the full power of the Heaven Dao soldier, it was still terrifying. Kung. The purple gold battle sword vibrated, and a faint Heaven Dao pressure spread out. At the same time, purple sword chi burst out, shattering the stone swords of the black tortoise. In addition, some peak great emperors took out another Heaven Dao soldier. This time, they borrowed a total of 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. The second Heaven Dao soldier was a round bead. It was as black as ink, but its power was also terrifying. 7 or 8 peak great emperors controlled this Heaven Dao soldier. The black bead became huge, and it suppressed the black tortoise. More than 10 peak great emperors controlled 2 Heaven Dao soldiers to attack the black tortoise. The black tortoise roared, and a shocking aura burst out. The ground shook and endless rocks and soil formed all kinds of attacks, attacking the 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. An intense battle broke out between the 2 sides. Roar! At the same time, a dragon roar came from another direction. A huge azure dragon appeared, and its body was winding. Its aura was wild, and it charged at the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe also took out 2 Heaven Dao soldiers, and they fought with the azure dragon. Boom! Boom! On the Heaven Realm side, the 2 heavenly Dao soldiers exploded with terrifying power. This kind of power had completely surpassed the Great Emperor level and entered the Heavenly Emperor level. The 2 heavenly Dao soldiers attacked at the same time. They immediately destroyed some of the Black Tortoise's attacks and attacked it. Clang! A purplish gold sword beam slashed at the Black Tortoise. However, the black tortoise moved its body and the sword beam slashed at the tortoise shell, leaving only a shallow mark on it. Such a strong defense. The people from the heaven realm had ugly expressions on their faces. Boom! At this moment, the black bead also came crashing down, but the black tortoise still managed to avoid being hit in its vitals. When the bead hit the tortoise shell, the black tortoise only trembled slightly and was forced back a few steps. At this moment, a wail rang out from afar. The azure dragon had been struck by the evil god tribe's battle weapon, and a deep wound had appeared on its body. Now that the azure dragon was injured, the evil god race gained the upper hand. Damn it, our luck is too bad. We actually encountered the black tortoise. Xianxia roared furiously, somewhat unwilling to accept this. It was not that the black tortoise was stronger than the azure dragon. The difference in strength between the two was not big. With the two heavenly Dao soldiers, they should be able to suppress the other party and even kill it. However, the black tortoise's defense was too strong. The black tortoise was known for its defense. The black tortoise's defense was far above the azure dragon's, and its vitality was tenacious. It was even harder to deal with. Before they attacked, they were afraid of encountering the black tortoise. Unexpectedly, they really encountered it. Everyone attacked together. Xianxia roared, calling for everyone to attack. Kill, kill. Everyone made their move. There were more than 600 of them, and all of them were high-level great sovereigns. When they attacked together, their power was shocking. Beams of dazzling light bombarded the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise's head and limbs directly retracted into its tortoise shell. When all the attacks landed on its tortoise shell, only intense rumbles could be heard. The black tortoise was completely fine. It could not break the other party's defense at all. More than 10 peak great emperors controlled the heavenly Dao soldiers to attack, but they were also blocked by the other party. However, the moment the people from the heaven realm stopped attacking or weakened their attacks, the black tortoise would immediately counterattack. With the black tortoise's strength, it was a great threat to them. Not far away, the azure dragon let out a mournful cry. Another wound appeared on its body. The azure dragon's defense was far inferior to the black tortoise's. At this moment, it was retreating step by step. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Ha ha! This treasure land will belong to us. The people from the evil god tribe laughed heartily. As long as they killed the azure dragon first and entered the core area first, the treasures in the core area would be theirs. Attack together. On the evil god tribe side, they also called for everyone to attack together. With 800 to 900 high-level great emperors attacking together, it was simply apocalyptic. Immediately, the azure dragon's injuries worsened. Wounds kept appearing on its body, and its aura became weaker and weaker. It was increasingly not a match for them. Damn it! On the heaven realm side, many people roared angrily. If this continued, they would not be able to obtain anything. Wouldn't the evil god tribe benefit from this? Even if they benefited others, they could not let the evil god tribe benefit. It seems like I have to personally take action. At the side, Dandan spoke. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Dandan was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the world divine turtle. It was also a turtle, and it was a peak existence among the turtle species. Even the real black tortoise was only on par with Dandan, not to mention that this one only had some of the bloodline of the real black tortoise. Dandan soared into the sky, and its body underwent a drastic change. It directly turned into a giant turtle. Then its body grew bigger and bigger, almost filling up the entire sky. The turtle shell was covered with mysterious patterns, as if it was a world of its own. Junior, why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Dandan looked at the black tortoise, and a huge pressure pressed down on the black tortoise. The black tortoise's eyes were filled with shock and fear. This was the fear of a lower being facing a higher being. Although Dandan's cultivation was inferior to the other parties, the world divine turtle was definitely at the top of the turtle species. Attack! At this moment, Xianxia and the others seized the opportunity to control the heavenly Dao soldier and attack the black tortoise. The black tortoise was intimidated by Dandan's aura. Its mind was shaken, and its movements were much slower. Instantly, its head was hit. Poof! The purple-gold heavenly Tao soldier was incomparably huge. The entire sword was inserted into the black tortoise's head. The black tortoise's turtle shell had astonishing defensive power. However, its head and limbs had very weak defensive power, even weaker than other divine beasts. They were its weak points. Chapter 2373. The others immediately seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. Boom! The huge black bead pressed down and bombarded the black tortoise's head, causing it to be injured even more. Following that, the attacks of the experts from the Heaven Realm also landed on the wound on the black tortoise's head, causing it to be injured even more. Roar! The black tortoise howled. Finally, its huge body charged towards the crowd. Everyone's expression changed. The black tortoise fought back with all its might. If they were hit by it, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Everyone dodged. The black tortoise took the opportunity to retract its four limbs and head into its shell. Then, like a ball, it actually rolled into the distance and escaped. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect the black tortoise to escape directly. Everyone thought that the black tortoise would protect this place with its life. Perhaps it was the effect of the world turtle. Everyone looked at Dandan and guessed in their hearts. The black tortoise might have been frightened by the world turtle. In addition, it was heavily injured, so it escaped. Dandan had been wandering in the Heaven Realm all these years. Many people had already heard of his name. Haha, the black tortoise has escaped. Let's go in. Someone laughed loudly and rushed towards the arched door. Damn it, the people from the evil god tribe roared. They originally thought that they would have the upper hand, but they didn't expect that the Heaven Realm would have the upper hand. Kill, kill, kill. The people from the evil god tribe were anxious and attacked with all their might. Instantly, the injuries of the Azure Dragon became even more serious. Its dragon claws were cut off. Lu Ming and the others had already arrived at the door. The arched door was very huge. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. A few hundred of them could easily pass through. Their eyes were burning as they rushed into the arched door. At this moment, Dandan had already transformed into his human form and rushed into the arched door with Lu Ming. Behind the arched door was a mountain. In front of them, there was a stone staircase that led to the top of the mountain. As soon as they walked into the arched door, they immediately felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. That pressure was the same as the pressure in other places of the Void Divine Island. It could suppress the heavenly Tao. However, the pressure here was even stronger. In other places, they could still fly. But here, they found that they couldn't fly. Even walking was difficult. Bang! Bang! Someone took a step forward and walked up the stone staircase with difficulty. Since he couldn't fly, he could only walk. Lu Ming and Dandan also climbed up the stone stairs. That pressure was too strong. Their walking speed was extremely slow. Only the peak martial monarchs fare better. They were the fastest, climbing the stairs one step at a time. Some 4-star great emperors were as slow as snails. Lu Ming's speed was considered above average among these people. Lu Ming, your speed can't keep up. Dandan took a few steps forward. His speed wasn't any slower than those peak stage great emperors. Dandan, you've become a peak great emperor? Lu Ming asked. No, 6-star martial monarchs, but I'm sure my strength is on par with theirs. Dandan looked confident. Everyone used all their strength to climb, but not long after. The members of the evil god race still managed to rush in. Evidently, the Azure Dragon was also killed by them. The 800 to 900 members of the evil god race also started to climb, but they were also under great pressure. However, some of the peak stage great emperors were still very fast. They continued to move forward and soon surpassed the 4-star great emperors of the Heaven Domain. What is that? A statue. After walking for a while, they saw a body at the end of the stone stairs. It was obviously a statue. The statue was of a middle-aged man. Although it was just a statue, it still had a domineering aura. That pressure seems to be coming from that statue. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He really had this feeling. It seemed that the pressure was coming from that statue and was even spreading throughout the entire void sacred island. After a while, the peak stage great emperor of the heaven domain who was walking at the front had finished climbing the stone stairs. He walked to the top and disappeared. Everyone was anxious and climbed with all their strength. After a while, Lu Ming finally reached the end of the stone stairs and reached the top. There were also some peak stage great emperors of the evil god race who were similar to him. At the end of the stone stairs was the peak of the mountain. However, there was nothing here except for a statue. The statue emitted a terrifying pressure. The dozen or so peak stage great emperors of the heaven domain who had stepped on the stone stairs earlier stood under the statue with a gloomy expression. Boom! Boom! After arriving here, the pressure was even stronger. Every step they took would cause the ground to rumble. What's going on? What did you get here? An expert of the evil god race questioned the experts of the heaven domain. There's nothing. There's nothing on this mountaintop except for this statue. A peak stage great emperor of the heaven domain said. There's nothing. The experts of the evil god race had gloomy expressions. They had borrowed the heavenly Tao weapon and spent a lot of effort to come here. In the end, there was nothing. It would be strange if their expressions were good. This statue, what race does it belong to? As for Lu Ming, he sized up the statue curiously. Now, he was completely sure that the terrifying pressure of the entire void sacred island, which could suppress the heavenly Tao, was coming from this statue. It was just a statue, but it could emit such terrifying pressure. It was really shocking. Needless to say, this statue was most likely carved by the master of the void sacred island, that supreme existence. In fact, it might have been carved by that supreme existence himself. Moreover, this statue had a very strange appearance. This statue was in the shape of a human. It was a middle-aged man and was very handsome. However, there was a pair of snow-white wings on his back. The wings were covered with snow-white feathers. When they spread out, they were full of pressure. His hands were pressed on the hilt of a huge battle sword. The battle sword was inserted into the ground. Could the master of this statue be a bird-type divine beast? Lu Ming guessed. That's not right. Normally, if a divine beast leaves a statue behind, it will leave behind a statue of the divine beast's original body. However, for this kind of human-shaped divine beast with wings, they usually won't leave it like this. I guess that the original body of this existence looks like this. Dandan said, the original body looks like this? There doesn't seem to be such a race in the heaven domain or the primordial realm. There shouldn't be such a race in the evil god race either. Lu Ming was full of doubts. Maybe it's a race that appeared countless years ago, or maybe it's from other worlds. No one knows if there are other worlds in this world besides the heaven domain, primordial realm, and evil god realm. Dandan said, other worlds. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, his imagination ran wild. While they were chatting and observing, more people climbed up the stone stairs and looked around curiously. Unfortunately, they found nothing. There was really nothing on the mountaintop except for this statue. Chapter 2374. Both sides faced each other and were cautious, but they did not attack. Now, there was nothing here. If they fought and got nothing, wouldn't it be a loss? Maybe this statue has a secret. After a while, someone spoke and stared at the statue again. There was nothing here other than that statue. If there was an opportunity, it could only fall on this statue. I'll break it. A cold voice sounded, and an extremely burly evil god tribe member stepped out. In his hand was a battle axe. It was as black as ink, but it emitted a terrifying sharpness. Heavenly Tao soldier. Everyone was shocked. All Taos returned to one. Whether it was the nomological system, the ancient cultivation system, or the evil god tribe, they would all come into contact with the heavenly Tao at the end of their cultivation. In other words, after reaching the heavenly emperor realm, the various major systems were actually very similar. The heavenly Tao soldier contained the heavenly Tao, and was the supreme weapon common to all systems. The supreme weapon used by the evil god tribe was also the heavenly Tao soldier. "Lend me a hand." The burly evil god tribe member looked at the other evil god tribe members. Immediately, 5 or 6 evil god tribe members walked out. They were all peak Thearch existences. A total of 7 peak Thearch evil god tribe members controlled the battle axe at the same time. Buzz! The battle axe vibrated violently, revealing its sharpness. The aura of the heavenly Tao was emitted, causing a huge pressure to press down on everyone. But at this moment, something strange happened. The battle axe that had been rapidly expanding seemed to have been frightened and started to shrink. In the end, it became the size of an ordinary battle axe and fell to the ground. There was no powerful aura at all, and it was like an ordinary axe. Everyone was dumbfounded. The pressure here is too strong. The aura of the heavenly Tao soldier spread out and was directly suppressed by the pressure here. Someone guessed. Everyone was shocked. It was very likely that this was the case. The pressure on the Void Divine Island was supreme and surpassed the heavenly Tao. It could suppress the heavenly Tao and prevent heavenly emperors from entering. And here, the pressure was extremely strong. It was normal for it to be able to suppress the heavenly Tao soldier. The few experts who had borrowed the heavenly Tao soldier had ugly expressions. They had originally wanted to rely on the heavenly Tao soldier to suppress everyone and take the lead. But now, the heavenly Tao soldier could not be used at all. They could only rely on their own strength. The eyes of those who did not have heavenly Tao soldiers lit up. For example, Lu Ming and the others. Without the heavenly Tao soldiers, they had nothing to fear. Even if I don't use the heavenly Tao soldier, I will still kill you. One of the members of the evil god race bellowed in rage as he brandished a gigantic metal rod and rushed up, smashing it towards the statue. The iron rod rapidly enlarged, becoming tens of thousands of meters long. It was incomparably shocking, shattering the void as it smashed down towards the statue. The evil god tribe member who attacked was extremely powerful. He was a peak great emperor. Boom! The huge iron rod smashed into the head of the statue, causing it to vibrate violently. However, the statue was completely fine. Not even a mark was left on it. So hard. Many people were shocked. A peak great emperor's full-strength attack had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. However, nothing happened to the statue. "Look, the statue is reacting," suddenly someone shouted. Everyone's eyes lit up. The statue was indeed reacting. Previously, this statue seemed to have been carved out of ordinary boulders, and the material looked very ordinary. But now, a layer of milky white light appeared on the statue. It was incomparably holy. Swoosh! Suddenly, the milky white light turned into a sword light, piercing through the air. Its target was the member of the evil god race who attacked the statue earlier. That member of the evil god race was shocked. However, he was suppressed by the terrifying pressure here. His speed became extremely slow, and he couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. Boom! He struck out with the iron rod in his hand once again. The iron rod pierced through the void, smashing towards the milky white sword light. However, the result was unexpected. The sword light flashed, and with a puff, the iron rod was directly sliced apart. The sword light didn't stop, slashing towards the member of the evil god race at an unbelievable speed. Blood splattered everywhere. The sword light directly pierced through the glabella of that member of the evil god race. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. However, there was no sign of life. His soul had scattered. With one strike, the soul of the member of the evil god race was destroyed. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a peak great emperor, and he was killed just like that without being able to resist at all. Not good. Many people were shocked and retreated frantically, afraid that they would end up in the same situation. However, after the sword light killed that member of the evil god race, it automatically dissipated. The milky white light on the statue also disappeared without a trace. It was as if that light had appeared to kill that member of the evil god race. It couldn't be humiliated. This statue was the statue of supreme existence. It couldn't be humiliated. The member of the evil god race who wanted to take out the heavenly Tao weapon to attack the statue broke out in cold sweat. Buzz! Right at this moment, the statue emitted a slight vibration, causing everyone's heart to suddenly tremble and raise their guard. Then, everyone saw that the statue's eyes had changed. At this moment, the statue's eyes were no longer made of stone. Instead, they had become two vortexes. The left eye had become milky white. The right eye was pitch black. In the next moment, rays of light extended out from the two eyes and turned into two paths. Two paths. One led to the left eye, and the other led to the right eye. Why did the statue's eyes suddenly turn into two paths? Could it be that there was another world in the statue's eyes? Were there treasures only inside? Many people started to ponder. The left is the path of life, and the right is the path of death. Life can also lead to death, and death can also lead to life. Choose one. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It came from the statue. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this statue was really not that simple. It seemed to know that they were coming. Two paths. One is the path of life, and the other is the path of death. Everyone sized up the two paths, and their eyes flickered. There might really be fortuitous opportunities inside. This was a fortuitous opportunity left behind by someone who surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. How precious would that be? Such a supreme existence could refine heavenly Tao weapons. Even if he left behind some trash, it would probably be an unimaginable treasure to them. Many people revealed greed in their eyes. But for a moment, no one moved. This was because no one knew if there would be danger if they stepped on the two paths. The path of life and death. Life could also lead to death, and death could also lead to life. No one could be sure. Everyone wanted someone else to go first. Everyone fell silent, looking at each other. Finally, someone could not bear it anymore. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. At this moment, a divine beast from the heavenly realm walked toward the path of life in the left eye. In the end, it went unexpectedly smoothly. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.